Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. It's good to see you all. Let's see. Hi, Neri. Good to see you. Hi, Swan. Good to see you as well, Neri. Thank you so much for clicking me. I appreciate it. Cross Volpes, thank you so much for being first. Neri, thank you for being second. Hellswan, thank you so much for being third. I appreciate it. Hey, ya cuties, indeed. All y'all so much heckin' cuties. Yeah, I kind of stream all over the time. Neri, I'd like to be more consistent than I am, and I am not. So it's so hot, you feel like you're dying. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Crossbow Pays. I get it. Era, thank you so much for being fourth. I appreciate it. Silver, and thank you for being fifth. Good to see you. 11 p.m. CST would be 6 a.m. for you. Yeah, yeah. Time zones be like that. Crossville Pace, thank you for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. And little kitten Maha. Is it Maja or Maha? Welcome in. Good to see you. That's my shell. Hey, give that back. I need that. That's mine. Also, thank you so much for following. I really do appreciate it. All right, everybody. How are you all? What have you all been up to today? Neither. Oh my gosh. Maya. Maya. Okay. Little little kitten Maya. Little kitten Maya. Great. You know what? I like being double wrong. That's perfect. I will try to remember that in the future. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for correcting me there. Maya, gotcha. Hi, Crickabee. How you doing, Bubba Girl? Hey, sweetheart. Y'all, I got a new chair. You're used to it. I would imagine it's definitely one of those things that can be mispronounced. Kiwi accent 7. Well, Aqua, thank you so much for the Kiwi accent 7 stream streak. I appreciate it. That's what you get for going German with your name. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sluggish pronunciation. Are you calling me a slug? Hey. New chair? Yeah. It's great. Hey, Niji, welcome in. Good to see you. So, like, my last chair, my old chair was like, I don't know, at least 13 years old, I would say. I don't, it may be older than that. It was a cheap one that I bought at Walmart for like 50 bucks. And honestly, it's been so painful that it has almost caused me not to stream a couple of nights. Like, my back has been in agony with this stupid chair, right? So last week, I was like, I am fed up on this. Like, I missed a stream because of the back. So I'm just gonna get myself a new one. It's been long enough. I've squeezed all the value I can out of the old one. I can justify a little bit of a purchase, right? Um, let's see. You stayed up until 5 a.m. watching an Outer Wilds stream last night and today, and you're woozy and funny. Well, that's what you get when you stay up too late. You feel that? Oh yeah. Aqua, thank you for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it. Hey, I thank you. Why did I not switch earlier? For one, I didn't realize how badly it was affecting me, and two, I am a cheap bitch. That's why. I do not like spending money. I talked about that at therapy today, where I talked about how much I do not like to spend money. Um, Roar, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. You hear me? Yeah. All right, Aqua, I'll get that I'm having a euphemism explained and a small biology lesson. Someone's teaching me about dicks. Um, God, I love my little quotes. New chair, yeah. Hey, Rain, welcome on in. How you doing? So I got the chair. It arrived today before therapy, so I moved it inside, and then after therapy, I put it together. It took about an hour. Um, Y'all, it has like adjustable arms, right? It has adjustable arms that like go back and forward and in and out and up and down. So like they fit with my last chair. They could like rotate back and they could just be in their default position, and so they would fit underneath the desk depending on how high the chair was, right? And the chair was already kind of low, and the gas spring on it, um, the gas spring on it was in a disaster state. It was pretty much like always sagging, and it could only go up so high. And the last chair was like literally you could sit in it, and it you would be tilted to the side, like you would feel it, like it just constantly kind of leaned over to the side. Um, it was a whole mess. It was a whole mess. The padding was on the chair was so bad that I had to like fold up a blanket and put it on top of it. Um, and then like it wouldn't like lock in place. It was like constantly leaned back as far as it could go. So like it was not good, right? This one has lumbar support. This one goes up and down. Um, it it uh like there's adjustable knobs for tension and stuff like that. Like it's incredible. I'm sitting in it right now and it hurts. It hurts to sit in this chair because it is correcting years and years of horrible posture. Like I it hurts in a good way, in the way like, oh, yes, my back probably should be that size, that direction. Like it should probably be like this. Oh, I'm sitting up straight. It feels weird that like I feel like I'm slipping off the front of the chair because it's level. It's level and it's not tilted so badly that it's kind of like keeping me back in it. So, y'all, it's great. It's great. Um, let's see. Teach about dicks, visual learner, yeah. Yeah. A practical learner. Um, that was like a whole thing. So Minty, thank you so much for being here. Good to see you. Wish you could go in and out and up and down. Yeah, chairs are really good. The what spring? The the gas pump spring. So like like hydraulics, right? Hydraulics use water. Chairs use like a gas pump, like gas hydraulic. Sitting on your feet right now during a conversation about chairs. Yeah, yeah. Rain, I can get you a link to it. It was one from Costco. It's a bad chair. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's why I've been tilted lately. I haven't been tilted lately. I haven't been tilted lately. I don't ever get tilted. Well, okay. The other day, pseudo regalia kind of made me feel bad feelings. So I guess that's true. Posture check. Roar, I'm actually sitting up straight. There is no other way I could sit in this chair. It's great. Stretch and hydrate. Let me get you the stretch. Oh, look at this. Like, I don't even have to like lean all the way back. Let's see. Lying in front of an AC during a chair talk. I hope that it's helping you keep a little cool at least. I know how bad it can be when the heat is just unbearable. It's been about 90 degrees Fahrenheit here. It's gonna get hotter this week too. Um, Era, hi, welcome in. Let's see. Good news healing from chair trauma. Yep. Streaming and sitting in the scoliosis chair for years. Well, I haven't technically been streaming for years, but I have been sitting in the scoliosis chair for years. Here's your hydrate. I'm gonna go ahead and count not necessarily like getting a new chair as my positivity, but recognizing that I needed to spend the money and that it was worth spending the money to treat myself well. That's the positivity, right? Sit in your lap instead. Oh my goodness, you can't be trusted to sit in this chair? Oh, that's why you can just kneel, right? That's why you can just kneel. Give me a posture check because you're, what is this one? Your pumpkin? What is that emote? I can't tell what that emote is. You never sat with good posture ever in your life. I mean, I don't, right? I don't usually. That's why you say fire is for, oh my goodness. I am doing well, Era. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. You sound positive about it. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, Rain. I really appreciate that. That's good positivity. Yeah. Things when they aren't falling apart and in disrepair. Yep. Telling me that pumpkin fried this rice? I don't think so. Oh, was it a shrimp? Is that what it was? Actually excited about my new chair? Yeah, it's super exciting. I was waiting for it all week. Um, so like to give you an idea of how bad it is, how bad it was. Usually when I have to spend money like that, I will sit on it and I will think about it for like 2 weeks. I'll like bookmark it. I will look into it. I will research it. I will read reviews. I will think about it. I will go back and look at it again. I will think about it. I will waffle. I'll be like, oh, do I really need to spend this money on something? Blah, 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 blah. Um, this one, I was like, I need a new chair, and someone gave me a recommendation, and it took everything in me not to just click add to cart and buy like immediately. I don't ever do that. I was like, okay, I appreciate the recommendation. I will look at this tomorrow and I will make a decision. And that's exactly what I did, right? Um, but yeah, I almost snap bought it, and I don't ever buy anything um as a snap buy. So this is the chair that I'm using right here. This is the chair. It's 33C already at 11 a.m. That sounds about right. Can you have the old chair? You're kind of hungry. You sit on the chair? Yeah, I'm sitting on the chair right now. Yeah. I mean, the old chair, I don't know what's gonna happen with it. I'll probably not get rid of it for a while because I don't know how I'm gonna get rid of it. So the cats are probably gonna take over it, you know? If a fire alarm goes off and you get up right now, you're not moving, your legs would fall asleep and you just fall. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Sit on it in terms of the purchase. Oh, yeah, no, like I mean like wait. I'll think about it and I will just like not make a decision. That's what sitting on it means, right? I do understand the irony there. You'll just put things off and settle for what you got for years because you already have no rainy day funds and count pennies to eat. Yes. So I get that. I really do. Um, my relationship with money is tricky to explain, but it is very inconsistent. I can have some and then I can have none. Um, and so like every expense ends up being kind of a permanent hit to the finances. So a chair like this, I literally have to measure it in like days that I can keep being alive, right? Like days I can keep living the life that I have, which is not a great way to think about spending money. It sucks. And I don't think anyone should have to live like that, but far too many people do. Um, you know what it means? You're just pointing out the coincidence. Yeah, yeah. Minty, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate it. Nice, looks like a good, not too terrible for the cost. Yeah, it is. It's a good cost for it. Um, like I said, the last chair that I got was a Walmart one for like $50, and I can tell you right now, this one is so much better than that one. Just the increase in cost over it is worth it in the amount of features alone. Crossfell base, that's my shell, that's mine. I need that back. You need it for heat protection. Hey, nuh-uh. I don't actually know that it would be that good. It would probably be. I don't know. I don't think shells breathe that well. Maybe if you're like in a fire, it might be good. Um, but yeah, it's a nice chair. I am enjoying it. It kind of makes my booty hurt and my back hurt because again, I'm having to use muscles that I don't normally use to sit in this chair in a normal way. So, um, what is that face for? This is fine. This is fine. I guess it is a heat emote. That is true. Actually, now that I think about it. Um, but yeah, what have y'all been up to today? I just spent like 20 minutes talking about a chair. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? What have y'all been up to today? All I did was build a chair and go to therapy, and both of those turned out great. Snuggle up next to me, cricket style. That's where she is right now. She's in my lap, you know? You love hearing about my chair? Oh, well, thank you. That's sweet. Um, let's see. Um, Here we go. You only played almost said Giddy Gear, Guilty Gear for 2 hours until your room heated up too much. Are you playing Strive or which one you're playing? Love hearing about the fact that I'm finally taking care of my back. Yeah, I know. I know. You heard about someone's chair today and you're currently eating breakfast. That sounds like a great day. Nerding out about a chair is kind of cute. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, thank you. You got woken up by the described minor noise from the construction directly out your window. Yeah, I get that. Girthy gear. I don't know about that one. You used your favorite tool today? The the shock collar? Is this shock collar your favorite tool? The chair you have is good, but you don't know the increase in price is worth the increase in quality. That's fair. That's very fair. Um, Strive, okay. Picked it up a little bit over a month ago. I kind of wish I would. No, a sledgehammer. Okay, on your list of tools, where does the shot collar fall? Below sledgehammer. I love that sledgehammer is your favorite tool though. That's really great. Um, that's really great. Been meeting to get into XRD Rev 2 via recommendation for a friend. I've got it, you know? The town inside you? Yeah, that's right. Um, HMJJ. Humj? 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 Yeah, I actually have Guilty Gear XRD Rev 2. I was thinking that at some point we should like play it. Like we should like do like matches on stream. I know that the latency would be pretty bad for people overseas, but it could be a fun night. I haven't gotten Strive because Strive is like kind of expensive. Um, and I still have XRD and like I don't play XRD, so like it wouldn't really be a good purchase in my head, I guess. But um, you know, your favorite tool is a knife. You work in the pocket knife factory. That's right, I do remember that. Yeah. HMJJ is a 7 TV emote. Oh, interesting. Gotcha. Got a town inside you soon enough. Really? Um, what is my favorite tool? Hmm. Literally Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club. Oh, interesting. Thanks. I've never seen it. Do I play Guilty Gear? No, but I have played it, and technically I own it. Do I actively play it? No. DM me earlier about the complications. I did read that roar. I didn't have time to respond before stream. I like kind of woke up, read it, and then got on here. But yeah, that's bullshit. That is like incredibly shit. Um, I don't know what to say there. It like there's some sus things. There's some sus things going on in like I don't know. There were some big questions that I had about some of the things that you've been told, which does not sound good. Strive is expensive if you want the DLCs. Yeah, the thing that is most annoying about the Strive DLCs is that they'll release a season pass. Like there's several characters that I want, right? That are DLC. There are several characters that I would absolutely love to have because of aesthetics or, whatever reasons, right? Like they're familiar. But there's like one character in every season pass that I would like. Like there's not a season pass that just has multiple characters that I would enjoy. And so I don't want to buy a season pass for just one character because that's not good value. But I also don't want to pay full price for the character DLC when the season pass is so much cheaper, right? So it puts me in this situation where like I don't want to spend money on it. Um so yeah. Strive has good netcode that actually makes playing with US Americans all right. XRD also has netcode. They added it. They went back and added it, I think, if I remember correctly. Best explanation for a random band-aid in your hand, though. You work in a knife factory. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. The sledgehammer, hammer drill, chisel, shock collar, screwdriver. I mean, to be fair, does anyone really enjoy using a manual screwdriver? Um, hammer drill I can get, chisel I could see. Shock collar, okay, that's nice. I like that. Why is your tablet so cold? I don't know. More between those? Is that just the top five? Good question. Strive is base 40 and then 7 for 18 additional characters. Um each additional. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, exactly. Um yeah, it's so much money. It's so much money. And it goes on like a 50% discount, but even the 50% discount if I'm buying DLC characters, it's like a full price game, right? Um so yeah. You know why you took this so seriously? No, no, no. We should definitely always take things more seriously than they need to be taken. That's perfect. Um I always like get too into things. I mean, we were talking today. Like, I take everything quite seriously in a lot of cases. Um, let's see. You think you'd get in trouble if you did? They just take health and safety very seriously at work. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, You're perfect. No, you're perfect. But yeah, screwdrivers for small electronics can be really satisfying, but flat or peach manual screwing at larger sizes, yeah. Today, putting the chair together, I had to use an Allen wrench, which it was a better Allen wrench than you usually get. It was not like one of the little dinky L-shaped ones. It was like a big hefty T-shaped one, but um it's shaped like a T, which means that you don't have like a lot of leverage on each side. Um and so having to screw some of these bolts in, especially into like metal holes that are a little bit too small for him, like took so much effort to get him started. I kind of wish that it had been like a big L-shaped one, but it was nice that it was not one of the tiny ones because one of the tiny ones would have been so much pain, so much pain. Screwdrivers are amazing. Interesting. Allen wrench. It's Allen wrench, right? Robertson? What's Robertson? You hate the little included tools. You have bits for all the things. Yeah, this one was like a big one. This one was like it was maybe the hexagonal part of it was like a centimeter thick. Like it's a thick tool, and the handle is kind of like bigger than my hand, even though like like it's right in the center, so like you only get half on each side. But um, Allen key, Allen wrench, isn't that what they're called? Yeah, that's what they're called, right? Robertson is the hardest to strip bit. It's just a big square. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Wrench must be American. I thought that's what they were called. Hex key sounds like witchcraft. Yep, that's true. Yeah, Allen wrench, hex key, Allen key. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're called Allen wrench. At least at some places. You're a witch? Heck yeah. Any plans for today? No. Start stream. Start stream was my plan. Um, so I don't know. I didn't make the chair electric, no. It's just it's just like I didn't have a plan. I don't know. I didn't have one. We can talk about options here in a little bit, but Robertsons are really only made in Canada. They were invented by a Canadian, and other countries just haven't adopted them for some reason. Oh, interesting. I mean, it is good that you can't strip the bit. I think I would have struggled to strip these hex bolts today. I don't think I would have been able to strip those. Just because of like the size, everything like that. But I used to work in warranty repair. I used to work in like warranty repair for computers, right? And it didn't happen terribly often, but every so often we would have a customer with like a stripped screw in their machine. Like like the tech would go outside, go on site, and they wouldn't be able to like remove the motherboard, or like they'd have to like what's the term? When you like use the tool and you like into the thing and then you like pull it out. Um, they'd have to like do that to try to get it out. And sometimes we just had to send parts again because screws got stripped. And of course, being in warranty support, we were like, one of the metrics we had to worry about was how often we would send out a part and then have to send out a second part on that ticket because, like it wouldn't fix the issue or whatever. But when you had problems where like it was just a strip screw and it literally wasn't your fault, it's just very frustrating, you know? In German, they're called Inbisklüssel? Inbisklüssel? Am I butchering your language? You have lots of Robinsons there. Interesting. You never struggle to strip? Um, I don't either, but I usually wear very few clothes, so usually it's just like pull it right off. Um, it can be stripped, but chances are you'll strip the bit holder of your screwdriver first. That's fair too. Yeah. Um, Torx is good enough, although they must be a bitch to manufacture in comparison. Yeah, yeah. Could be butchering you. What's up with you today, Silvern? Are you just like super horny? What's going on? Incubus sluts. Heck yeah. I love that for them. Um, but yeah, what are we gonna do today? Oh, it's ads. Never mind. Never mind. We're just gonna suffer through ads. I'm sorry that Twitch does this to you all. Um, that's it. I'm sorry. Sorry. Uh, ads
I
suck.
don't know. Is a collar enough? Is a collar enough? Or like is there like more? Could more?
More? More? Is more? Evidently there is more. More is shock collars. Collars and then shock collars. Shock collars would be more. Um, yo, if it, like here's an example. Here's an example, y'all. Right? Um, if I were someone who just spent money on a whim and like didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it and um all that stuff, if I didn't do that, then I definitely would own a set of cuffs, like wrist and ankle cuffs, and maybe thigh cuffs. Um, possibly with like straps to go between them, like restraints. Um, but like, there's a part of me that's like, oh, I wouldn't really get any use out of these because like, who would I use them with, right? Like, there's only so much tying yourself up can do. It's just not that exciting sometime, you know? Um, let's see. You were, but it's just a bit halfway here. Okay, it's like evaporating. That makes sense. That makes sense. Roar, thank you for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. Snail slappies? Snail slappies have been an option for so long, Roar. I just turned them off yesterday because I was doing the collab and I didn't want to be disruptive. Please do not spend money on a whim. This is like surrendering to the cracking almost said over constipation machine, which is kind of fair. Over consumption machine. There we go. Your work's multi-tool has a bit slot on the side of it because a ton of leverage because of how long the knife is. We took a bet on which would fail first, to screw the bit, or would we not get enough leverage to strip either the knife stripped first? Oh no. One day? What about one day? Wasn't a finished thought? One day what? One day? One day what? Maybe you should finish the thought, Aqua. What's up? You co-owned a pair of cuffs, but they disappeared from the toy box. Oh, I see. Roswell Pace, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, like this like a nice that you're thoughtful about what you're spending, but also don't neglect my body's needs. Oh no, no, no. We totally neglect my body's needs. We do not take care of my body. My body gets shit from me. I'm just trying to be better about it. Serious question. What does stripping mean here? Okay, so you know how screws have like a slot in the top or like a cross or like there's a hole that you put the screwdriver in, right? If you turn the screw, um, if you turn the screw, uh, and it's stuck, like it's in there too tight or whatever, the metal of the screwdriver is oftentimes harder than the metal of the screw, or it's like thicker than the metal of the screw, in which case it causes that groove, whatever it might be, in the top of the screw to be damaged in such a way that the screwdriver can no longer get leverage, right? Um, so, like for instance, it happens a lot with Phillips head, which is the plus sign, right? So like the plus sign, if you have say like a screwdriver that's too small, what'll happen is like the inner part of it will kind of get ripped up and mauled, and it just becomes like a round circle. And yeah, there's just no way to get leverage on it anymore. And usually you have to use a I do not remember what the term is. There's a device that like drills into it, and then you can like reverse drill out of it. You've had that happen because you just use the tools you have sitting around instead of actually carrying. Yeah, that's stripped screws. The star ones are so annoying for that. They really are. Yeah. They're also annoying. They're also annoying for the fact that like nobody has the tools for them, right? Um, when an incompetent person tries to screw and fucks up, oh,
Size does matter, and anyone that tells you otherwise is a bottom, and I'm always on top of my game.
let's see. The knives are made of titanium. The bit and the screw were hardened steel. The outcome should have been more obvious. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you've been working on an organization system for those things, and if you consent, you have to show you a photo one day. I would love to see a photo one day. Yes, I would love to see a photo one day. Yes, Philip's head was actually designed to strip. I'm not surprised by that. Actually, that kind of checks out. Size doesn't matter, Roar. That is a toxic idea. Get that out of your head. The size doesn't matter. No. Um, to become ripped up and mauled around circle. uh, do you have a lot of star screw bits because they are common here? No. I've never had one that I've never had one in my life. Um, it was designed to be used by manufacturing robots. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, size doesn't matter is what everyone who's about to strip a screw says. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Size doesn't matter. Um, but no, I've never had those. Um, I don't do a lot of stuff like that either, but it's designed to strip but leave some left over to rescue the product. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, it definitely feels like no, it doesn't feel like that. Hang on a second. I can't say that. Um, oh my God. Yeah, I went full unhinged. I went full unhinged for some reason. I don't know why. Cosmo Bates, thank you for giving me my show back. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Roar, thank you for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Hey Raz, welcome in. How you doing? That's worth the truth. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my gosh. I don't. No. No. Don't make me do it. Oh my god. Listen, I. Oh my goodness. Tired, ready for the weekend. I hope that it comes soon for you. I hope that tomorrow's not too bad. Um, God, why did I think this? I don't know why this thought popped in my head. Anyways, anyways, Aqua, you, edging you like that? Huh, very funny way of phrasing that. Um, you said that Phillips head screws were designed to strip. And my first thought was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like you can put the screw in and then you can strip it, so it's kind of like a permanent thing. Abigail Tabatel, welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. So like, you can like put the screw in and then you strip it and then like the screw will come out and you're like, aha, you can't remove it. And my stray thought in my brain was like, oh yeah, like snapping the key off in your chastity lock so you can't remove it. I don't know why I thought that. I don't know why I thought that. I was like, yeah, just make it
You should
permanent.
not
Like,
praise me for this degeneracy.
like I said, it was just an absolute random thought in my brain. I was like, oh yeah, it's just like, and then I was like, wait a second, no, wait, why would it be like that at all? No, yeah, there's no snage. There's no snage. Y'all, there's no snage. This is why I didn't want to say it, because y'all will be like, all you do is think about snages all the time. Just manufactured by Phillips. Uh, oh my god. A shell for that is hey, that's my shell. Get that back. That's mine. The moment you said make it permanent, you should oh my god, there's something wrong with us, y'all. There's something wrong with us. The snake is not real. The snake is not a thing. It's not real. It's not real. It's not a thing. Oh my god. So, what else have y'all been up to today? What else have y'all done? Raz, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it. Such a what is that? Chaste? Is that supposed to be chaste? Such a chaste streamer. Such a chaste streamer. Your house role plays. Thank you for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. Came here innocent with your sledgehammer talk. Yeah, I did not say something there too about like being pounded, but um, God, what is wrong with me today? My brain is. Hang on a second. No, no, okay, no, I did take my meds today. I did take my meds. I was like, did I forget my ADHD meds? Because this does feel like ADHD me. So, um, yeah. Let's see. You thought about nodding, but that's your bad for not being true snake chat. Nodding? What? Why nodding? Um, Run a quest for the once. There's no snage. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. You thought about that first? Why did y'all think about that? Forget my normal pills? No, 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 I didn't. I didn't. I definitely took them. I took them. Does a chat streamer have a humiliation fetish? Uh,
It's like an actual collar,
Let me
like
think
the
about that.
kind that people wear. It's a nice collar.
Oh, the sledgehammer, the sledgehammer. Chair has balanced the blood flow, and I'm being unlocked. Maybe. Um, no. Slug cage? No, there's no slug cage either. There's no cage. Serious question. Do you want to know? Not, I guess. Okay. It has to do with furries. Aqua. It has to do with furries. I can go into more detail if you want, but you might be able to figure it out just from that. Um, let's see. Otherwise, to the one. Wait, hang on a sec. S- Snall these snogger? What are y'all even talking about? At this point, we've gotten so obscure with the SN words that I don't even know what we're talking about. You can guess? Okay, there you go. Um, what can we snip more snipe? What? Yeah, I'm kind of lost now. Um, One Piece. Oh, well, it is One Piece once you've snapped the key off in it. Um, Goldie Roger. Oh, I wouldn't know that. Um, I've like seen maybe a quarter of an episode 20 years ago or something like that. Um, but yeah. Uh, yeah, yeah. On non Snage talk. Heike, you love it when you laugh like that, though. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad that I provide entertainment for y'all. This must be the reason you show up night after night, and I do appreciate it. It's lovely to hang out with y'all. Um, I'm glad that someone in this world enjoys my brand of humor. Um, what are we gonna do tonight is a great question, right? Um, do you know the opening? Okay, but again, I haven't seen any episodes, Raz, and the one that I saw was like 20 years ago. This is not an exaggeration. I I wish that it was. Um, you love it here? Well, I love y'all being here. I'm so glad that this can be such a place for y'all, really. Um, Snail is a secure one-piece chastity system designed for permanent wear once the key is snapped. Oh my god. Um, Silver and Horny, yeah, no counter argument, yep. 20 years and Snail years, yeah. Did you watch the live action? I'm not interested in One Piece, I'm sorry. For one, I don't think it's terribly interesting to me, and two, I don't have the time for a franchise that long, and I don't know. Yeah. Let's see. I would
Also, they
imagine
mentioned something about a leash.
I would imagine that the live action probably cuts out a lot of the bullshit filler and like anime-ness of it. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like not the over the topness of anime, but the like inscrutable Japanese culture sometimes, right? Where you're just like, why are you doing this right now? You started to read it, but it wasn't for you. That's totally fair. And I think that's okay. Not everything has to be for everybody. You understand, you're never watching the anime or reading the manga, you have no time. Yeah. Does live action even have musical elements? I don't know. I don't know. The best part of One Piece are the shitposts. Oda is a hack and a creep. See, that's what I mean. Like, that's the anime stuff I'm talking about. It does take some of that out, yeah, but I mean, like, think about how much random bullshit is in a series that is 1,200 episodes long at this point, something like that. You can just ruffle your cat's hair with your toes, and she says meow and purrs. Yeah, sanitizing media instead of just throwing it out and making a better one. Yeah, I mean, the number of times that there'll be like an anime that I've watched, and I'm like, I really enjoyed this anime. I would like to recommend it to somebody. Except there's this one part, right? Or like, except there's this one thing that is not gonna go over well, right? And it's just like, why is that in the anime in the first place? Like, it didn't need to be in there. Like, they're pandering or filling it with stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, there's so many of them. Um, like fan service is just so unnecessary. And a lot of the like quote unquote fan service, like let's be real, like quote unquote fan service is straight up like sexual harassment and assault, right? And I do not condone normalizing that shit. I do not condone putting it into media for like ha ha laughs and giggles because that sets a precedent and an example for people to be like it's normal to do these things and that is not okay. Um and I don't jive with that, right? Um, you can say yeah if you do that to you. Funny. Misogyny. It's misogyny. It's mainly women. It's not always women. That's the thing. Like even if it happens to men, like in anime, because it does happen to men sometimes, and they like play it off for laughs or whatever. It's still not okay, right? It's still not okay. We shouldn't be giving that a pass. And Um, like I think that you can like watch and enjoy anime. To be clear, I think that you can watch and enjoy anime. Um, even ones that like have problematic elements, but it is still something that we need to acknowledge and we need to call out when we see it, right? Um, to make sure that we say like this is not okay, right? The live action actually adapts it really well. It does take away how horny Sanji is, but it does very, very well does very well at taking away fan service and filler. Gotcha. Okay. Shouldn't mention your favorite My Hero Academy character then. I don't know. Um, do you think Nier Automata does this? Yeah. I mean, Nier Automata definitely has fetishization of the characters. Yeah. I think that's pretty unambiguous. Hi, Cricket. Welcome back. Um, like for instance, right? For instance, the last achievement that I needed to get in Nier Automata was looking up 2B's skirt 10 times, right? And I'm a fucking completionist, but I don't want that in my games, right? Um, you're fun to be around, but you really gotta stop inappropriately touching others without consent. Yeah, exactly. Oof, exactly. Right, right. Um, and Roar, we've talked about this too, right? With like Anode Heart. I love Anode Heart, but there's that one part where I'm like, this doesn't need to be in the game, and we shouldn't play this off or last, and we shouldn't normalize it. You know what I mean? Um, and it's like that doesn't need to be in there, but for somebody who is like playing the game and wanting to do it all and experiencing it, you just kind of like walk into it by accident sometimes, and you're like, well, I'm here. Like, what do I do now? Um, SA jokes and has been hotel. Yeah. My cricket. Hi, Bubby. Um, I'm not gonna say that has been hotel gets a pass, but um, they are representing it as, in some ways, representing it as a bad thing because these are characters in hell that are like deeply flawed, right? Um, and again, it's not okay to like play it off for laughs or anything like that. And it's been a while since I watched Has Been Hotel, so I can't really like, speak on all of the details. But like, just by based on who the characters are, like they're not good characters, and they're gonna have their issues, and they're going to engage in behavior that's inappropriate. Um, in the context of it being in hell, that is something that is not necessarily out of place for the media, but when you compare it to like anime and their kids in high school or whatever, um, like there is no place for that, right? They're focusing on the flaws on the how characters and their whole idea of hell and heaven
Size
system is
does
fucked up, and
matter, and
where the line
anyone
drawing
that
kind of
tells you
falls apart.
otherwise is a bottom, and I'm always on top of my game.
I understand where you're coming from for that part of the narrative, but what I got from the narrative is like people can be shit. People are just people, right? People are just people. They're all flawed, right? So what's the point in segregating them out? Show's supposed to be dealing with this seriously, but also make crude jokes on it, which kind of deletes that in the progress. Yeah, like I said, it's been a while. I don't remember all the details, and uh, I am certainly acknowledging that it has flaws for sure, right? Crossfit base size doesn't matter. No, stop. No. Um, but yeah, like I don't know. It's if it there is a place for those topics in media, but they should not be as jokes. They should not be as like throwaway. They should not be normalized, etc. Um, big on season one, fell off very early into season two, and didn't see season two. Size matter clip from Markiplier? Nope, not at all. I will say, uh, I didn't see season two, but the song Gravity is like actually so fire. Like, holy cow, that song is fire. I listened to that on repeat. I listened to that on repeat so many times. That's such a good song. Um, absolutely fire. Speaking of the harassment, assault, and fan service stuff, have you seen Kill la Kill? I have. I hated that part of it. Yes. Yeah, I hated that aspect of Kill la Kill. I actually had a um I had a very long conversation with somebody once. They were like, Kill la Kill is my favorite anime. I was like, okay, but and this was a woman I was having a conversation with, and I was like, well, they deeply objectify the main character, and like they were arguing that Kill la Kill came from like a feminist perspective, in that like it is empowering the characters, and I'm like, it was a series written by men that objectively fetishize the characters, and like you can read feminist themes into it if that's what you're looking for, but that is not what the producers designed it for. That is not what they intended for you to get out of it. Um, that was not the audience that they were going for. And yeah, I was, I was like, um, talking about how like it was like fetishizing whatever, and she was like, "Well, I'm a lesbian," and I was like, "Okay, fine. Like you are also somebody who would enjoy the fan service. Okay, I didn't. It's not something that I want in my shows, and I didn't realize that like, it's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that there are some people who enjoy seeing that, right? In whatever form it might take. That there are people who are like, I want my cartoons to be sexy, and I'm just like, for me, it's like sex scenes in movies or books or whatever. It is by their nature some of the least interesting shit that I can experience, right? Like there was a book that I was reading a while back that was it's like a fantasy book or whatever, and it was billed as a sapphic book, and it was a bait and switch, and I kind of hated that. But there was one scene where like it got really high sexual tension or whatever. Like they didn't actually have sex or whatever. But it was very sexual in nature, and I was like bored out of my mind. I was like skipping ahead paragraphs because I didn't care. I was like, get back to the interesting part of the book. Um, not approved, but you want it to fade to black. That's totally fair. Yeah. Let me scroll up here for a bit. Uh, has been fan base is children the weirdest part to you? They're not all children. No. Um, the whole story of Has Been Hotel is to promote improvement. It's not that the system is fucked because the good people are there. It's that people can change and shouldn't be demonized for their mistakes if they put in the effort to change. That's a good way of putting it. You skipped it when it was new because you thought it was Gooner, but then you went back and watched it recently. I mean, like I said, there is still a lot of fan service in it for sure. Still don't like a lot of how they dealt with a lot of topics, and that's fair. Not everybody's gonna like every way it's handled, and sometimes media doesn't handle it well, right? You only saw Helble Boss when it came out, and it's so long now, but you don't keep up with it. That's very fair. Hey, Roar, that's my shell. Thank you for giving that back. I appreciate it. Like actual Sapphic and then straight. Okay, so Sapphic, Sapphic in most usages does mean that it is often taken as like someone who like a woman who likes women, right? By some of the broadest definitions of it, um, it includes like bisexual women, of course, because bisexual women can be sexually attracted to women, but they can also be sexually attracted to men, right? Um, so this was a latter case. I assumed it was the former. It was a latter, and so the main character had a previous relationship with a woman who, let me be clear, was dead before the first word on the page, right? This was a past relationship with a person like who was dead, and in the current time period. And while that did influence their thoughts and decisions in some ways, right? It was not the focus of the story, and there was definitely a male um, secondary, not secondary, like what's the word, Dutagonist or whatever, like the secondary protagonist, who this woman was having sexual tension with and like attracted to, right? For reasons or whatever. But yeah, it felt it was not what I was looking for. It was not what I was looking for. I was like, if I'm gonna read a book like this, let's put some ladies in it, right? Let's have some cute lesbian action and go from there, right? But it was just it wasn't there. And I was like a little disappointed. The fantasy of the story was good. It was fine. But the romance aspect of it was not what I was there for in the first place, and it was also not what I was looking for what I was there for, you know. And we got ads again. Means I've talked for an hour. That's what that means. That is what that means.
Please do. I would really like it if chat trained me.
Rip that book? Yeah. And you've listened for an hour, yeah. Listen to some really good lesbian books on your honeymoon. Oh, that's awesome. Was this was it like explicitly romance or was it just like what are we talking about here? And I'd be interested in depending on like the plot and the story and stuff like that. I might be interested in it. Reading is always tricky for me because it's just so all consuming, you know. Crazy how time flies. You got some lesbian books called Silsong. Hmm. Tell me more. um, but yeah, reading is dangerous for me. I get caught up in it a lot. So if I picked up a book to read, I probably wouldn't stream for a couple of days. I probably wouldn't stream for a couple of days. I would just disappear reading, depending on it. Fingersmith. Let's see here. Stream the reading session? Honestly, I would read out loud if I could get away with it on stream. Um, the autisming? Which part? Can I not? Well, it is copyrighted material, right? It is an unauthorized reproduction. Let's see here. Victorian era Britain, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll just bookmark this. We'll find out about it later. What if you got it authorized? There's no way I'd be able to get it authorized. I have thought about don't go into it for the lesbians, but it's lesbians done right. That's nice. That's nice. And again, I'm not I'm not looking for um I'm not looking for like lesbian smut, right? That's not gonna do anything for me. I would like to have some cute, lovely relationships, right? There's actually one book that I read. Hey Soleil, welcome on in. How you doing? Good to see you. There was one book that I read that I enjoyed that had oh my God, they just had like everything. Uh one of the main characters was asexual. She was an asexual woman, which is great. I get to relate to that. She was asexual but allo-romantic. And then one of the other main character was aromantic but allosexual and also bigender. Um, and that at certain parts, they felt very masculine, and at certain parts they felt very feminine, and they would swap between those two. which is really cool. Currently reading a cute, lovely, extremely dark mental health content, yaoi, queer platonic, and one is non-binary book. Gotcha. Fanfic. Okay. Um, I okay, I can talk about this a little bit. It's a little vulnerable. It's a little vulnerable. We can talk about it. We can bring it up. Um, I at one point considered what it might be like to maybe like write or maybe like narrate a book, like a story, like live on Twitch. Um, kind of like you know how like role playing games like D&D can be improv. Like, what if I did something like that on stream where I just kind of improv'd a story? Maybe had like some outlines, but just like did it live, right? It would be very ambitious, I think. But there's a part of me that's like, it would be so cool to like have like once or twice a month or something like that, or like a day during the week where I spend an hour just narrating the story that I come up with off the top of my head. You still need to write your gay romance story? That'd be great. That could be fun. There are systems and modules intended for one person or other for role-playing games. Yeah, I don't necessarily mean a role-playing game because I am familiar with those and I am familiar with story games as well, right? Um, but like I'm talking about like coming up with a story off the top of my head, just live, you know? Again, I'm not sure that's something I could do. I've also thought about doing something like a D&D like campaign or like something like a role-playing game where like maybe everybody has like everyone who wants to participate has like a character, right? And we'd have a scenario and then I would ask like I would go through, I would narrate like a bunch of what's happening and then I would be like, and then what do you do? And then everyone would kind of like submit what they want to do. And then the next time we did something, then I could like narrate what those characters are doing based on like what someone said they wanted their activity or whatever to be, right? Um, and that could be cool because that would be like a hybrid storytelling slash not like quite like role playing because there wouldn't be like roles. You wouldn't be like taking over a character or anything like that. Um, but there would be some agency, which is nice in like how the story goes or whatever. And then maybe on my end, like I decide like how certain things turn out using some system or whatever. D&D with chat, not quite D&D with chat, more loose than that. Um, you jest, but it's also cute and lovely and healing focused in a lot of ways. Called Event Horizon by Helenite, free advertising. That'd be interesting. Um, let's see. You know what I mean? Used to do that as a kid with friends, but you lost that ability. You don't lose the ability. You just. I don't think people lose their ability so much as it goes dormant or it becomes what's the word? Rusty, out of practice or whatever. D&D is really hard with your brand of autism. Tell me about that if you don't mind. I love talking about role playing games. You don't have to go into it if you don't want to, right? You don't have to go into it if you don't want to. But I would love to hear what you struggle with on that because I struggle with D&D specifically. I have to play other systems. Yours is more of a restaurant romance about a chef who struggles to convey his emotions to the server he likes and how he uses food to eventually translate his feelings. Ooh, that's a good one. The muscle still exists that it's possible to train it again. Yeah, yeah. That's more interesting and original than yours. Aw, don't say that. You're fine. Thinking about on and off writing a Narasasu? What's Narasasu? What's that mean? Uh, you can, if you can explain, you'll try. That's totally fair. Don't feel like you have to, right? Naruto Sasuke ship. Oh, I see. Okay. Who said Ratatouille? I don't know. Um, maybe not to the original extent, but something that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, to like riff on your idea, Raz. There was an idea that somebody had. Let me go. Let me see if I. God, did I bookmark this one? I might have bookmarked this one because it was so cute. Um. Yeah. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. No, it was fucking deleted. I hate you, Reddit. I hate you so much. Oh my god. Ah, fucking hell. Damn it. God damn it. It was an idea like what was it? I found it on a climbing subreddit and they were like, "Do y'all ever see a yoked up window cleaner and think, yeah, she must be a climber or something like that?" Um she must be a climber or something like that. And someone was like, "No, but I love this and it should be the beginning of a rom-com, right?" And so like the idea of like an office lady who is stuck in this soul destroying like corporate job and like has to go to meetings and stuff like that, but there's the window cleaning lady who like leaves messages on the windows in like soap or whatever, and then she writes back using like a whiteboard and like leaves coded messages in like the meeting room for each other, and just like, you know, that would be cool. That'd be kind of cool. Whiteboard, like dry erase markers. Kind of gotcha. Saucy link. Oh, it's okay, Bingo. I can if you want, but um, you don't have to like do anything fancy with it. Where are you? Here we go. It's that one. I did bookmark it. I probably can like Wayback Machine or whatever it's so. Um, you keep mixing up Ratatouille and B movie in your head, and somehow the chef falling in love with the rat is really funny. It is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. You want to get into climbing? You love climbing that tree. You should definitely try it out. If you get a chance, you should. Um, I don't know about where you are, but like for me, um, going to the climbing gym, I could have just done that as like an evening activity. It would have been a little bit more expensive than like going to the movies, right? But it was like, you could get a day pass for a reasonable amount of money and you could just climb for as long as you wanted. And like they've got rental gear and stuff like that. So like I would assume if you go to some place that might have that, it could be something that you could use like as a sometimes thing. And you said you're going to university. There's a possibility that people at your university might already be doing that, depending on how big the city is. Um, Universities bring together a lot of people with a lot of diverse interests, and there's almost certainly a club or an organization that is focused around whatever interest you might have, right? It boils down to you really struggle to be like, how would this
Normally,
character.
my community bullies me whenever raiders come in. They get some kind of perverse pleasure from it. Maybe I do too.
Maybe I do too. It boils down to you really struggle to be like, how would this character that isn't me, has different lived experiences to me, react to this stimulus? Okay, I see. I understand. Um, I didn't work. Way back is the only way now. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's probably doable there. You don't think you're ready for a romance, but you love fantasizing about it. That's fair, also. And it's good to like. I think that it's important to know about yourself that like maybe you're not in the right place for that kind of thing, right? I think that that is a very self-aware thing, and I think that that is a good thing. Like for instance, early on in my transition, I don't know about now, probably still so now. Um, but early on in my transition, I know for a fact that that was not a good time for me to have been trying to be in a relationship. I was in too much flux. There was too much going on. Um, I was figuring out who I was, and I did not need to be trying to figure out who I was with somebody else in the equation, right? Every time playing self ends spurts or an XP? XP? Uh, Roar, thank you for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. If a climbing gym just a street over your new workplace, you might try it. You should. It's really fun. It's really cool. It's really neat, neat, neat. You think that's just your bog standard autism that you have? Well, let me. I do want to come back to that. I want to talk about. I want to address it. Um, your class size, like 7 though, something like that. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. You take inspiration from your friends. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, bogdism, monster train reference. Yeah. So for a long time, for a long time, I did struggle with understanding how people thought and like what they do and so and like let's be clear, I still do struggle with that, right? I still do struggle with that sometimes. But when I was younger, like when I was around college age, I struggled to like identify what other people were thinking or feeling. I struggled to understand uh, like empathy, really. Um, there was a lot of it that I struggled with, right? Role-playing games helped me understand that. Like very directly, I can I can credit role-playing games with helping me understand seeing things from like a different perspective or um it's like how do I say this? Like for me, it's less about playing a character and it's more about telling a story, right? And there are things that I can understand about telling a story, about like, themes and like dramatic irony and like uh, diametrically opposed poles, like someone who wants to be loyal to their family, but also has like a secret lover that would get them in trouble or whatever, right? And like the push and pull there. And for me, it's about exploring that more so than like trying to figure out what a character's minute day to day decisions might be. It's more about like if this were a character in a story, how would that story go and like what would be interesting? Um, yeah. I could talk about that stuff for hours. And so it was like a multi-stage process. So role-playing games like D&D kind of helped me on that path to begin with. But D&D is a very mechanics-based system, which for someone who is neurodivergent can be both good and bad, depending on the type you have. Um, people who like really like rules can thrive and in a strict system that has like resolution mechanics for what happens when you do this or what happens when you do that. For me, rules are so restrictive that they feel like things that I can't do. Like I actually thrive in role-playing games with less rules because it allows me to tell a more interesting and better story. So that's why I prefer like narrativist type games or even like story games that are like literally almost no mechanics, just like telling a story. And it took me like at first I learned about like empathy and like what other people might be thinking and like, that kind of stuff. And then once I bashed my head into D&D and I became like very disillusioned with it and very frustrated with it, um, I found out about story games and how story games are like a conversation and like collaboratively sharing your ideas to come up with a story that is greater than the story you could potentially come up with on your own. And like when it works, oh, it feels so good. It works so well. Um, and I love those games. I would like to play one of those on stream at some point. let me scroll up here a little bit. Not intending this with anything, but you love creating characters with different backgrounds and see where they come from, but you also have a lot of empathy, you think. That makes sense. XP being exported character, a character that is essentially ripped from another media, preferably one you like. That makes sense. Okay, I see what you mean. You were binging romance manga at age 17, 20, and you were bursting at the seams for being able to give love and affection to others like genuine desperation. It was bad for you, still in the after effect of it, but you don't think shit could have really gone any other way with how you're repressed. That's totally understandable. And I think that when it comes to stuff like that, Aurora, it's very important to like be understanding and gentle with yourself, right? Like looking back on that person, there was only so much you could have done in that situation. You can't blame her for like the struggles that she was going through, even though um even though now, like you said, you might still be struggling with those things. um there's going to be a future version of you that looks back on it and recognizes the things that you were struggling with and what you might have been able to do better had you had full knowledge, but you will never have full knowledge, right? And so I hope that the future version of you looks back on the current version of you and is also very kind to yourself, right? um there's a lot of things that I could be angry with my old self about, right? I could spend a lot of time angry with myself about the things that I've done or didn't do or didn't realize or could have done better. Um, but I try not to hold that against myself because, you know, the past me, she was doing as well as she could. She was doing everything that she could with what she had at her disposal at the time. And um, I'm it feels hard to say, but like I'm proud of her. Like she did the best that she could, you know. And it's because of her efforts that I am here now, the person that I am today. You get that you were raised Mormon and had heavy expectations put on you to get married ASAP. Now you're 28, still healing from all the pressure from your friends, family, and yourself. Yep, that is a very familiar story from people who have escaped or been a part of religions like that. Just religion in general, a lot of them, to be honest. A really fantastic way to think about it. Yeah, like as a story character. Maybe you should try it again. I would recommend. I can totally understand that it might be overwhelming. Um, if it's something you think that you might enjoy, it might be worth trying again. It is entirely possible that it may not be something that you do enjoy, and it may not be something that you click with, and that's totally okay. You know, I really like climbing. I recognize that climbing is not for everybody. I really like streaming. I recognize that streaming is not for everybody. I like Monster Train too. It is not for everybody, you know? Um, and I think that it's good that there's a lot of different things that, people can be interested in or not interested in. But I will always advocate that maybe, from a place of uh, uh, I don't know what, but like, I would like people to enjoy the things that I enjoy. So I'm always going to advocate that they at least try to give it an honest shot. And if it doesn't work out, that's totally okay. I would never pressure someone to be like, oh, you need to try it a third, a 10th time or whatever. Like sometimes you will just know that it's not going to work for you, right? Speaking of rules in D&D, you may or may not have read every D&D 3.5 rulebook front to back and had every spell, monster, class, and feat memorized. I did that for Pathfinder. Halswan, I did that for Pathfinder. Like, I could tell you what the AC of an Etten was. I could tell you what the DC of the Troglodyte's stench ability was. I could tell you whether Fireball had a verbal, somatic, or material component. Like, I would sit down and I would read the Pathfinder bestiaries for fun. I don't mean like the information in it like, oh, this is a creature that lives in this environment and they like to ambush adventurers by doing XYZ and they like shiny things and collect it. I I would read stat blocks. I'd be like, oh, this monster has 24 strength. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, it has dark vision? No way. Wow, how is this creature only CR4? That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, y'all, there were signs. There were signs, all right? There were signs. I didn't know what they were at the time, but they should have been fucking obvious. um, you're not upset with yourself. You used to fling shit at your own image and any opportunity you get, but you like to recognize how hurt you were and there's no animosity, just sympathy. That's good. That's good, Roar. And big hugs to you. Big side to you. That is not the easiest thing in the world to recognize and realize. Um, Bat guano for fireball, bat guano for fireball. Yep. Um, wow. Wow, you meow? Yeah, I fed you before stream. You're not convincing anybody. It's so real, yeah, yeah. Like I said, there were signs. There were signs. 100%ing Monster Train 2. That is definitely a normal thing that a normal person does. Yeah. Yeah. Normal people do that. They don't give up like after having a good experience with the game and being like, I think I've done everything that I needed to do that makes me feel happy with it. No, no, they 100% that shit. Meticulously. It's a bitter pill to swallow that there, in fact, might not be anything you could have done to change the outcome, but it's a freeing one, which what's done is done, and that's that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Could haves and would haves and should haves, they drag you down, you know? Because at the end of the day, you didn't have, or whatever the thing is, you can't go back and change the past, and you can just work with what you have right now. I think that's a much more forward-thinking way of doing it. But I mean, you and I have had this conversation a few times about it, so I know you understand. Carpet dime? You mean is you making a play on carpe diem? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Did I get this right? Did I do it? Did I figure it out? Or am I just like way off base? Please tell me. You did it? Okay, awesome, good. I figured it out. I made the connection. Made the connection. Wordplay words. Wordplay words are great.
Get it perfect. Get it beautiful.
That's right. Get it perfect and beautiful. Just like you. Oh my goodness. We should probably think about what we're gonna do here because we're about to go into an hour and a half of just chatting. And I do love just chatting. I do. But we could also just chat while I'm doing things, I suppose. Um, y'all, my booty's a little sore. This chair, it's great. It's great. It's fixing me. It's fixing everything that's wrong with me. I can feel myself transforming into a person that has posture. I haven't slouched at all tonight. Like I was a little bit like leaned back a little, but I haven't like shrimped. I haven't shrimped. I might even be able to get rid of I legit might be able to get rid of that. Like we'll see, we'll see. You're sitting again, your legs hurt and you sat down. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You could always kneel if you wanted. You could always kneel. Stand up for a moment, sitting for 90 minutes, get hair straight is not advised. No, I'm gonna stay seated. I'm gonna stay seated. This chair, I'm gonna live here. I'm gonna make this chair my new identity. As someone who has kneeled on stream, it does get uncomfortable after a while, so I maybe don't kneel. It's funny, it's for the bit. The snare, it's not the snare. You could, that's true. It's very funny for the bit, the bit. It's very funny. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah. You should definitely try it at some point. Um let's see. Let me look through these games here. Um Played Risk of Rain yesterday. Had these little demos which are great. We could do Monster Train 2, but I don't know what I would do in Monster Train 2. Pseudo Regalia, I still feel kind of hurt. I still feel kind of hurt by it. Actually, not so bad. It's not so bad. It, like I said, it does get painful after a while, and especially if you're like using the computer. It's not really like in a great place for that. But there's a lot of countries where like kneeling is the default, you know? Like you kneel for meals or whatever, and or like sitting down. And I think that we should have more. I think we should have more cushions. I think the U.S. should have more cushions. Your knees have their own culture. Heck yeah, I love that for your knees. I haven't done oxygen not included. I don't think I want to pick that up right now. Um, 9 souls. Oh, we could have some fun with 9 souls, huh? There's that mod installed. Um, I did talk about Sekiro earlier today, with a cross. You got a pillow, you're not crazy? Yeah, that's good. That's good. You gotta make sure you take care of that. I put down I put down like a blanket. The blanket helped a lot. And just definitely make sure you got good posture. Come sailing with you on OSRS. I will swear to you all now that I will never touch OSRS. OSRS is just not for me, I think. It had its chance back in 2001 or 2 when I played it. No, ads, not again. Fuck you, ads. Let's see. We could start something new, maybe. You started OSRS recently. You should continue. I hope you have fun with that. If you don't feel the magic and pull, you don't, and that's okay. Exactly. It didn't exist before 2004. Yeah, that checks out. That would have been around the right time. Um, remembering like when I played it and why. Yeah, that checks out. You've been sent to the ad zone. Now you never know why I won't touch RSRS. RSRS,
I don't
RSRS.
know. Is a collar enough? Is a collar enough? Or like is there like more? Can
We're
I
getting a lot
get
of
more?
repeats tonight. You get it? Yeah. Bottom energy for dispelling the ads. Well, good luck with that. What if I just randomly launched Guilty Gear? We did talk about it at the start of stream. We could be silly with it. Um, I would just be like trying to do combos in practice mode. It would not be very fun. Um, let's see. What else? What else? What else? What else? You're just playing Strive once again? Oh, I hope you do well. Which character do you play? Hi, Critty Boo. I just called you Critty Boo? Why did I call you Critty Boo? You're not a critty. You're a kitty. You're definitely a kitty cat. You play Bridget? Why did you use her official government name? You played it when you had a lot of free time and not a lot of money as a kid. That's fair. That's same. Anytime you play it, it's more for nostalgia tripping than actual gameplay. That definitely makes sense. That makes sense. You're in a match right now. Hit him with your teddy bear. Boop him with your butt. You got this, yo-yo girl. Meow. Yeah, he meow. He's not getting food. Cricket Boober the third. Well, no, this is the fluffy boy. Cricky Boo. I will call Cricky Boo. I will call Cricket Cricky Boo. But he's generally Bee-Boo-ish, not Kitty Boo. I don't or Kitty Boo. He's Kitty Boo, he's Bee-Boo, he's all sorts of things, but Kitty Boo is not one of them. It makes me sound like he's playing D&D. Maybe that's his D&D character. When my cat plays D&D, his character's named Critty Boo. You're liking Final Fantasy 14, but you have to find ways to enjoy the game when the main story sucks sometimes. That makes sense. Spent all the cricket food fund on the chair. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. The cats always come fucking first. There was all right. All right. To be clear. To be clear, right? Just got snocked. Snocked. What's snocked? Snocked. There was a point. There was a point last year. Smoked. Okay, got you. I thought we were making a snail joke. Gotcha. Smoked. There was a point last year where I ran completely out of money. I had like $30 And I had enough for my meal, and then I could choose to either buy a box of pasta for tomorrow or buy cat food. And I bought the cat food, of course. Snail joke, you got slimed. No, not slimed. Still in ARR, a realm reborn. Okay, and you don't believe in going with a whole, it gets better after X. Instead, you find other things to do when the main campaign gets to be too much. Makes sense. Did it taste good? The cat food? I didn't eat the cat food. I had like some extremely leftover ramens or whatever. But yeah, kitty cats always come first. Like they don't have a choice in all of this, right? Like as much as I love having them around, and as much as I know that they do benefit from being here, like they didn't choose to be here, right? Like the cat didn't show up to my door, knock, and like come in and be like, "Hey, I want to like share in this domicile with you." Um, and they are entirely dependent on me, so that is the first and foremost responsibility. Children come first, even for babies. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got it. Let's see. Probably not Sekiro. Sekiro. I should not start Final Fantasy 14. That's probably a good plan. I should not start that. I was talking about it the other day. There's a part of me that's like, I kind of want to, but I realize that that is the part of me that just wants to play a femme character that exists in a world and chase the dysphoria, or not the dysphoria, chase the euphoria, right? Like I get it. I get it. I recognize what this is. I have felt this before in other games. So, um, ow. Ow, you say. Ow. You boot up Final Fantasy 14, you'll just black up and wake up as a 50-year-old. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that with your particular nature, it might be dangerous. It might be dangerous. You go all in when you go into a game, and that's one that has no bottom. So bad for you. I get it. I get it. I get it. I spent a lot of time in WoW, just days, days. It's actually hard to think about how many days it was. I have no way of measuring it. Well, I mean, I would. I would have to like boot it back up and type slash playtime, but like other than that, like it's so much time. Thank you for lurking, Silver, and I appreciate it. You have fun with your tasks. I hope they go well for you. Um, like the reason that I quit was because I was just sitting there idly in one of the towns doing nothing, just like reading general chat and hoping that stimulation would appear. And I was like, why am I doing this? And that was the last day I ever played. I just never played it again. Never logged back in. Spent a lot of time in WoW, but at the same time, you're hiding from your mental health issues. Yep, same. Same. Oof, that is a rough thing to talk about, actually. Do I want to talk about that? We can talk about that. Yeah, yeah. So at that point in college, I was not in a good place. I had recently gone through a very difficult situation, and I was looking for something to do, and there was a part of me that recognized that WoW would be a bad thing for me to do to myself, but it would be socially acceptable. And I made the decision based on that. Like, that is not a good mindset to be in. I was like, I can just throw my entire life into this game and it would be so bad for me. Let's do that. So, if you're ever feeling like that, if you ever have those kind of thoughts, do try to get some help. Do try to get some help because those are not good thoughts to have. from somebody who's been there. Kitty, hi. You're not getting food. You're not getting food. So I get the like hiding from the issues. And well, there's a lot of issues I was hiding from there. There were some good times in it. Don't get me wrong. Like I did enjoy the game. I had some good times in it. I met some good friends. But the reason that I did it was like, wow. Hey, Hellswan, welcome on in. How you doing? Ran out of viewers, but we're rating anyway. Were you streaming? MK, welcome on in. How you doing? Good to see you. Were you in here chatting while also streaming? I need to up your next psychiatrist appointment. You need more intense treatment for your general depression because while therapy has helped, it hasn't fixed the baseline of being tired and apathetic. Sometimes you just need the meds. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just need the meds. You ran out of viewers a while ago, so you're just fishing on RuneScape and chatting in my stream. Oh, oh my goodness. Here, let me get you a shout out here. I did not know that you were streaming while we were chatting. I didn't know that you were NTR TVing. Well, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope that your stream went well. I hope that you made is the correct thing to say like that you made a lot of progress. I hope that you made a lot of progress in OSRS? Is that right? Um, is that how one words questions about OSRS? But no, I hope that you did a lot of cool and awesome things, and that the fish were caught. You caught many halibut. That could be progress. Halibut. I mean, yeah, halibut. That's amazing. I'm so glad that you got a lot of halibut. What was it for? What was it for? Were you just fishing for the halibut? Yeah. What's up? What's up? What's up, NK? That's good. You didn't see that one coming. It was so obvious. It was so obvious. You should have seen that one coming. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so funny. I'm so hilarious. That said, the new meta food comes down from sailing, so trolling in your boat is the new fishing meta. Oh my goodness. That giggle? Oh, I know exactly what I was up to. I know exactly what I was up to. Honestly, the like dead silence afterwards, that was peak. That was my favorite part. My favorite part is just letting that sit there out in the open. Everybody's just looking at this pun, just laying there, being like, "You didn't just fucking put a pun right in the middle of everybody, did you? Why would you do that? What are we gonna do with this pun? Why the fuck would you think this is okay?" I'm just sitting there grinning, like, "Yep." You stream for 11 hours. It makes you more susceptible to puns. That makes you all the more happy for it. Well, 11 hours is a shit ton. Definitely make sure you're taking care of yourself. You know, get up, stretch, get your water, get your food, get your sleep if you need to get your sleep. Because 11 hours that is a stretch of streaming. As someone who I don't think I've ever done 11 hours, actually. I've done like 9 or 10. I don't think I've done 11. I've done close to 11, and it feels bad when you're done. Very tiring. So do take care of yourself. Make sure you're looking out for yourself. Um, for the record, I'm not just here making puns, by the way. I am still like looking through the Steam library and trying to figure things out. Um, it's not yielding many results, but it is what I'm doing right now. Um, let's see. There's a part of me that kind of just wants to work on the shock mod a little bit more. It's working, by the way, y'all. It's working. I want to change a few things and like do some cleanup and refinement on it. But I think we're gonna try that out at some point. That was your plan? You wanted to do puns? I mean, here's the thing. It's been a while since I've had my ADHD meds, and the puns start to happen, right? They're like FPS RPG hybrids, and have I played Prey 2017? Take any chance you can to recommend it. I can take a look. Such snake behavior. You get out of here with that. You had to look up halibut on the wiki because you forgot that was a thing in ORS now. Oh my goodness. And you too? You too? All right, tell me. All right, you nerds. All right, you OSRS nerds. This is an order. Tell me everything you know about halibut. Tell me why it's good. Tell me why I should care. Tell me what's interesting about it. Tell me um why you would want a lot of it. Just go loose, right? Go loose on it. And again, you don't have an option. That is an order. IRL in game, I don't care about IRL halibut. I'm asking the ORS people because I don't, there's got to be some game mechanics around it, right? Aqua, you have ORS in your name. You don't know everything from the top of your head. How could you? I've heard that the game is a wiki game, you know? You gotta have the wiki up on the side while you play, otherwise you're not a real player. Playing the game is reading the wiki. Um, he's so distraught. He meows. He meows. He meows like you wouldn't imagine. They released a new skill and you refuse to engage. What is the skill? What is the skill? Halibut heals 2 more than Karambuin, which were the previous best combo eat food. How much is 2? How much is 2? Are we talking like on like a 1 to 10 scale and it's healing for 12, or are we talking about like a 1 to 100 scale and it's healing for 102? Um, Halibut can be tamed very quickly with a very fun gameplay loop via the new sailing skill. Unfortunately, though, they have a very high burn rate, so you might not cook them to eat until you get 99 cooking to stop burning them. I see. Halibut heal 20, you can have a max of 99 hit points. Gotcha. Sailing? Sailing is the skill that you don't want to engage with? What's wrong with sailing, Aqua? It's one of the new fish that you can get from trawling, which come with the sailing update. The trawling fish has become the new best food in the game for healing, and everyone keeps trying to make it a meta for UIMs, and it's still not worth it because there's an easy way to get a lot of sharks, which are good enough for healing. Yeah, good enough for healing sounds about right. Info dumping on mobile is hard. Thank you for performing so well for me. I appreciate it. You're doing exactly what I asked you to do. I'm going to acknowledge your effort. You did so well for me, MEK. Yeah, M and you play UIM. Yep, I know. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of effort for very little gain, but like, especially on UIM, like, I understand wanting to have the best because it's the most efficient, but also like you said, if there's an easier method that just you can have more of it, you're fine. UIM is crazy. There's only one way to find out. You could start now. You're still early game. Yeah? Uh-huh. You've pulled this bit before. Tell me how early game you are, Aqua. Please, go on. Tell me just how early game you are. Damn it, I know. I know. Don't you worry, I'm on to you. From what I understand, you are so late in UIM. You are so late in UIM that you no longer have goals. You have to just invent your own things to do. That is how I understand it. That you don't even have things that you can like still work on. You just have to like invent stuff to do. Mega rares on a UIM? Good question. What are mega rares? Your early game US res, but not like Aqua, yeah? Not like actual early game. Imagine having 3 mega rares on a UIM. Good question. Good question. Yeah, imagine that. Would you be the first UIM who did it? Probably not, but you could be the second or the third or however many it's been, right? Wait, wait a second. MEK, you have three? You have three mega rares? Are you are you using them? Are you doing anything with them? Are you like actively doing anything with them? Because if not, they're just taking up inventory space and you should throw those on the ground. You must bow, you're in the presence of a master. Some people, you know, they just got that special touch. So true. I know that's three inventory slots that if you're not using those things, they are nothing more but trash. They are the chaff and you need to cast it into the wind. Twisted Bow, Scythe of Verter, and Tumikin's Shadow, the mega rare weapon drop from each raid respectively. Gotcha. They're the best weapons of the game. I figured they probably were. I figured they probably were. Like, there's a reason that they're rare, so they probably do serve some kind of a purpose. But, um, you know, egging you on to free up a couple of inventory slots is very funny. Just being like, you know what? You could have another shark in that inventory slot, right? That's like a little bit of healing for the next time you need it. You could just throw that mega rare on the ground and put a shark in that hole. Spend 10 hours a day freeing up two slots. Yep. 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 I get it. I get it. I don't get it. I don't understand, but I get it. Um, I can at least engage with it in that way. I can make jokes about it. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Um, I do kind of understand, not like on the same scale or anything, right? But like I've done challenge runs. You know, like I play Sekiro and I run through Sekiro pretty quickly, right? And in the past I've done no death runs and stuff on Dark Souls 2 and things. And there's certain ways that you play the game normally where you're like, "Oh, I got to pick up all the stuff. I got to do all the things." That whenever you're playing it on a challenge mode, you think about the game in a completely different way and you evaluate things differently. So like Dark Souls 2, there were, you know, unique items like weapons and stuff that I could have picked up that I just didn't because they do not help me achieve my goal. They are just they don't mean anything, right? It doesn't matter how good they are in the base game, it doesn't matter what they do, it doesn't matter how cool they are, it doesn't matter how unique they are. They don't help you achieve the goal that you're trying to achieve. And that was what your entire gameplay loop is around is um, trying to do that, right? No Death DS2 is surprisingly fun. Honestly, think it's more fun than normally. It was definitely it was something that I would like just do to kill time. I would like start a new character and do a no death run, and then I would immediately put them down and like start another one, right? I did enjoy it quite a bit. I've been thinking about doing a no death run, doing no death run attempts on Dark Souls 3. Um, I've been seeing a lot of people play Dark Souls, and if I'm gonna play one, I would rather play Dark Souls 3 than like 2. Just because I feel like it is a better game mechanically. I'm not 100% sure that I can stream it, to be honest. Big question mark on that one. I think that I can. I think it's like slightly. It's very similar requirements to Sekiro, and I mean, you know, we stream Sekiro so well around here. Um, but it's definitely something I've been thinking about, like picking up and trying. Aqua recently dropped her Tome of Fire, which is notoriously newbie item to keep on a UIM, and you're so proud of her. Oh, well, congrats on that, Aqua. Let's see, your Tome of Fire was special because of the 160-minute fire making XP. 160 million, excuse me, not minute, million. Um, hmm. What did it feel like to drop that? Can you tell me about your thought process and your emotional state when you dropped it? Can you relive that decision moment? Can you like tell me again what that was like for you? It took 3 months of lead up. I can understand that. It took almost that long for me to decide that I needed to be on HRT. You spoke about it with your counselor and your wife and many UIMs. I get it. It's a tough decision. It's been with you the whole time. This is why you cannot play a UIM. You're too much of a hoarder. I am a horrible hoarder. Eventually, you just needed the inventory slot. Aqua, tell me. After you threw that thing on the ground, the thing that had carried you and had been with you for so long, what did you fit into that hole? What did you fill that void with in your life? What did you put in that slot? What was so necessary that you had to cast it aside? Was it a shark? Oh my god, if it was a shark, I'm actually gonna die laughing. You like stream will continue. I will not. I will just die. Meow. You ate before a stream, you goober boober. It's been 2 hours. Okay, well. Okay. I'm listening. I'm listening. Mm. Oh, stretchy stretch. You it wasn't not a shark, but you did need to bring one more shark. Hang on a second. Was it actually a shark? Did you actually throw it on the ground for a shark? There's no way. You have to be lying right now. There's no way. Did you throw it on the ground for a shark? Did I just accidentally? No way. You're pulling my leg. You did it so you could put your Nox Alley into the bag. Okay. Okay. I don't know what that
Get it
means, but it's not a
perfect.
shark.
Get it beautiful.
To allow you to bring one of a shark to service? No way! No way. Tome of Fire is legit worth dropping to have extra healing on every trip to a boss or something. Oh my god. That is. There's no way. That's so funny. That is so funny. It was literally a shark. It was literally a shark. Oh my god, you threw this thing on the ground to put a shark in your inventory so you could eat it. Of all the addictions to have, it had to be a shark. Oh my god. That's so funny. Crickabee, you're not getting food either. To be fair, it's on every trip to the boss. No, 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 no. I see. I understand why one might do it. It is just very funny that it's a shark. This Tome of Fire would have been helpful at Yama because of the shit ton of fiber rooms you burn. Oh, hmm. Should have got the sailing marlins. They heal 24 instead of the shark 20. If you have 5 sharks, that's like getting 6 sharks if you replace them with marlins. What's your main hand weapon there? Or it was placed back into the bank. That's the thing. So like they can't use banks. Like using a bank is not allowed. What's your main hand? Oh wait, demon staff. Yeah. Oh, are you taking shots at Aqua? Can you post links here? No. Links would be blocked. Please tell me you were using the demon bane staff. Gotcha. Oh, UIM rules? Yeah. So literally they just had to chuck the stupid thing. Just like, yeah, get out of my inventory. You no longer belong. Oh man, that's great. That's great. Oh, I did not realize that I was bullying you before I knew that I was bullying you. But now I'm so happy that I was. I'm so happy that I said sharks earlier. Brain can't fathom playing it. That's fair. That's fair. I think that it's maybe not for most people. Um, you don't need tome. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need tome. I agree. I agree with MEK. You don't need tome. I don't know anything about it. I don't care if you sent the screenshot. I will take a screen. I will take a look at it. Let's see here. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. Oh. Oh, that's gotta hurt. No. I see it. I get it. It's just on the ground now. It's just on the ground. Ew, your character's kind of cute. As much as like a RuneScape character might be, with all 6 polygons they have. I like the outfit. Then you buy fire runes. It's all about efficiency. Not space efficiency, evidently, but efficiency. You're being bullied. Yeah, I know. I'm letting it happen. It's great. If I knew more about OSRS, I would probably give you a harder time than MK. I don't have the tools to be able to work my magic in this situation. So I'm stepping back and I'm letting someone with the experience lead. It was right. Yeah. You did drop it. Yeah. Yeah, you did. You're listening, you're learning. All right. Step number 1. Drop your most important item. Whatever it is you care the most about, throw it on the ground right now. That's going to get you in the mindset for UIM, okay? If you want to start being a UIM, if you want to start playing it, take your most valuable possession and throw it on the ground and leave it. As they typically are. Oh my goodness. You have a friend who permanently has a log taking up a slot in her bag. Why? What for? You think it's because it's associated with a girl or something? Like a real girl or like somebody in OS or S, like a NPC? A log? Huh. All right, all right. Here's it. Also, they're back now. Keep. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Um, I get that. I get that. Um, okay, here's the question. Here's a question for you, MK. Right? Let's 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 put you on the spot. Let's test you here, right? Let's say I played OSRS, right? And there was some meaningless, cheap and useless item and I was like, this has so much meaning to me. Would you put that in your bag slot and would you keep it forever? Or would you throw that on the ground? Would you do it right in front of me? Would you free up that inventory spot? And would you be like, I don't care about how much you care about this important thing? Or would you keep it? Hmm? You have to be honest. You need to be honest. You need to be honest, MK. Feel like you gotta go apologize to Lemons about the log. Make them get a dome of fire. Oh my god, that would be so funny. Like, MK, MK, it would make me really, really happy if you just carried a dome of fire around in your bag. For me, it would mean so much. uh, just whatever you do, don't throw it on the ground ever. Just always carry it with you. It's super important. Oh my gosh. Oh, I You can see the grin on enemy's face from here. I have a pretty big grin on my face. It's kind of hurting right now. You swear UIM Showdown is coming up, and you'll probably be doing a little bit of winter taught. If you end up getting a tome of fire, you swear to God, yeah, yeah. What would be like? What would be the worst thing to have to carry around in your inventory for eternity because someone was like, "This is important to me, please do it." What would be the worst item? The one that would make you the angriest to open your bag and see every single day? What would be the one that you'd be like, I fucking hate this thing. I don't want to keep doing this anymore, but I have to. What's like, there's gotta be one. There's gotta be an item that you just loathe. Probably have to be something that turns into multiple slots when you put it in a looting bag, like a tome of fire. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. You missed Tommy? Was Tommy the name, or did you have a name for that tome, Aqua? Something truly worthless, like the damp sticks from Sea Slug would also be funny. The damp sticks from Sea Slug? You know, if I had, if I made a UIM character and like was playing it and being serious or whatever, like streaming it, I, you know what I think I would do? I think, I think that I would name each of my inventory slots, and I would give my inventory slots personality. I would, I would commit to that bit. I'd be like, Robertson is where I put, the crafting materials for wood or whatever. I don't know what the skills are. Like, this is Robertson. Robertson has to hold the logs for now. Good job, Robertson. You're doing so well. I would treat them like my precious individual children. They would mean more to me than the items they hold. Um, 10k coins? Is 10k coins bad? For Showdown, we actually put on a joke competition last year where players had to collect 3 different damp items and take them to Dompe. Oh, interesting. He's calling Phoebe Sea Slug. No one's calling me a sea slug. There's a quest called Sea Slug. At one point, you make a fire by drying out some damp sticks and burning them. You can get another set and keep them. My goodness. That would wind you up? That would wind you up? What do you mean? New idea for a plugin and Snowflake account. Name your inventory slots. Consider them children. See, I wouldn't do it as a plugin, right? I wouldn't do it as a plugin because, like, if you're doing the bit, you need to go all in. You can't get assistance. You need to remember those names. You need to know their personalities. You need to remember the very first thing that they held and the most important thing that they've ever done for you. And you need to bring it up at every opportunity. You need to be like, I don't know, like Amelia was my slot that got the amazing mega rare drop, and she held it for all of 2 weeks before I moved it over to Camille. Me and my 28 chud inventory slots, right? I should probably be doing something, huh? Let's start up Monster Train. You know what? I'm gonna work a little bit on. I'm gonna have streamer bot over here. I'm gonna be like doing some stuff. It'll still mostly be chatting. I'm just like gonna rename some things. You're up way past your bedtime. The stream has been amazing. Oh, it is way past your bedtime. You ought to get your rest, Aqua. Um, I was about to say, like, you have a big day ahead of you tomorrow, but I actually don't know if you have anything planned for tomorrow, so, um, maybe just get sleep, you know? I'm glad that the stream has been good for you. It's the last hour of like joking about OS rest stuff that I know nothing about has actually been very funny to me. We could probably have a little music going, yeah. Positivity Castle, welcome on in. How you doing? My positivity is that meow, yeah. Well, he's been meowing. My positivity is that um hmm. Why am I having to do why am I having to do a CAPTCHA? Why are you doing this to me? My positivity is that ah PP bot? What PP bot? Phoebe was a robot this whole time? No, what? What do you mean? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm for some reason every now and again it makes me do a CAPTCHA. It's like there's like weird activity from your IP address and you're trying to Google things, so like do a CAPTCHA. I don't know why it does that. Like I've checked before and the only thing that's on my network are my devices. So, um logging in. Gotta get some music going on here. So yeah, like I don't know why it does this occasionally. Was there a kitty cat? Must have hallucinated it. You'll go to bed. You're not happy about it. Mm, it's good to go to bed. You just get blocked from YouTube sometimes for bot activities, but for you, it's because you're using ad blockers. Oh, maybe it is something to do with ad blockers. Because I do use ad blockers. That's a possibility for sure. You going to sleep sounds good. Yeah. It is a necessary thing to do, unfortunately. I don't think we're gonna do this like the whole time, this like streamer bot stuff, but um there's like some not bookkeeping, but like some stuff I need to take care of that just like miscellaneous fixes. Okay, and then turn this on. Google's flagging accounts with blockers. Gotcha. Hmm. Missed your bedtime by 2 hours. You should go the whole hog and stay up all night. That is beyond sunk cost fallacy. I don't know that I would recommend that. We should delete that for sure. Platform agnostic. Oh my god. Literally all I did was pull up a browser to play some music and everything is running terribly. So my positivity is that I feel like I had a good session at therapy today. Um, we talked about stuff that was important. Bucket, yeah. Is that what the fishing bucket was? Fisting bucket? Oh, fisting bucket. No, 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 no. Fisting bucket. The fisting bucket was about climbing. God damn, this whole thing just locked up. So frustrating. Okay. Commands. Any recognized actual text will be defined. Commands. Toggle this off. Location, commands. Multiple trigger strings or alias by adding one item per line. Hmm. Okay, let's find out if this works. Huh? Huh? What castle? What's a good one to do here? Validate settings. I'm gonna take a break from ORS until the new quest drops. Get you properly unburnt from the game in time for UI item showdown. Yeah, if you're feeling burnt out, it sounds like a good idea. Does this work? Stretch and Hydra? I can do that. Hey, thank you for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it, Roar. What do you mean, fist bucket? No, it's a bucket of rice for fisting. There's no snage. There's no snage, there's no snage command. You know what? This doesn't work because you didn't update, did you? No, you did. History? Is it not like... There it goes. Okay, there it goes. Oh, it just took it forever to run the first time. Okay, well, that's fair. That's good, though. It means that we can use spaces in the commands, which is good. There is no Snage Castle. Go. This will be... some whitelist. Gaslighting you won't... It's not gaslighting if it's the fucking truth. We will figure that one out in a little bit. We don't actually have that one set up yet. Queue, clear queue. How do you feel about that? Ask you. I think maybe we'll do. We'll add this one in so that there's options, you know? Stay Snozita, believe in stay. There's no Snage Castle. Checkpoints? Checkpoints? Checkpoints. Checkpoints. I don't need that one yet. And then. Hmm. This feels better. Is this the fat rat? Sometimes. Just moderators. Do I care about this? Yeah, it's fine. Make sure these are set to moderators also. Sometimes. Can you try typing SM validate with the exclamation point in front of it? Can you try typing that with exclamation point SM validate? Thank you. Okay, that's what I thought. Only those. Validate should be none of those. Unpause. Okay. Could you try doing the same thing again, please, Roar? Hmm. Take care of this one. Could somebody try typing in SM validate again for me, please? Okay, I think that's fine. Thank you, MK. The fuck is that working for? Why did that work? Let me relaunch StreamerBot. I clearly do not want everyone to be able to just do that, right? So I gotta figure out what's going on with these permissions. It would be quite awkward if people could. Be quite awkward if someone could just be like, "It's Shocky's time," and just like a random fucking chatter. There would still be checks and stuff like that, but it would be not appropriate. You're licensed, yeah? Licensed in what? I'm licensed too. I have a driver's license. That doesn't mean I'm allowed to just do shockies on people. Oh my goodness. I'm so yawny tonight. I might need to get myself some snackies. Some snackies before the shockies. Licensed in shockies for streamers. Oh. How did you get that license? What's the licensing body? Do you have accreditation? Graduated first of your class? List user. Hit points. Okay. What I want to know? They go to a different school. Oh my goodness. In Canada, on the moon. Okay. Could you try typing in SM validate again for me, one of you? It should be like no, fuck you, but I hope it does. What? Why? Could you try doing it again for me, I guess? Okay, this is looking promising. Command triggered. That one was mine. That was MK. Why? Why in the world was it letting it do that? Why do I have to like set it to moderator? You would think that if everyone is on the denied list, it would be like, no, you can't do this. That one's fine. I wonder if there's like some kind of a bug. Maybe I just don't understand what it's saying. Everyone on the deny list. Yeah, like everyone was on the deny list, but it was like, oh, everyone's on the deny list? That means anyone can do it. No, it means no one can do it. It means no one can do it. That's what I want. Okay. So we know that this is incorrect when it comes to multiplying by -1. You cursed wordsing it? Sent you of a JPEG Mafia lyric. Now ask you if you give a fuck. Now ask me, are we gonna fuck? What is this rap about? I don't know. Sounds like fucking. See, Roar gets it. Shock module is enabled. On the same frequency? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Okay, that seems better. Disabled. Okay. Where is this message? Okay. Okay. Unrecognized escape sequence. Nuh-uh. Save. Why is every Hindi movie cover so horny? What do you mean? You think you Rambo is just acceptably horny? Oh, Ram Lele? Get back to work? Well, good luck with your work. And Q. Even their friend says about sex? Like, what is this around? Yeah, well, yeah. It's okay. Sometimes it's really hard to figure things out like that. Sometimes the context isn't there, you know? This should work. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Does it not? And test. Yeah, I'm just testing commands. McCafferty? I don't know who that is. Here, I'll turn it up a tiny bit. It's Blue Foster. What? Where'd my music go? There it was. Won't help you ever plugs in. Okay, well that's fair. Two points. This isn't even registering. Why not? That would be why. What was that sound? I don't know. Okay, these seem to be working well. Okay. Okay. This seems to be working right. Oh, the it's in the song. It's literally in the song. It's the scream of gender dysphoria. Yeah, the line goes, it's like I wanted to wear women's clothes, but I wanted to I wanted to like wait until I had lost enough weight. And then the next line is like, I wanted to wear women's clothes, but like I gained weight instead. And then like yeah, it's it's a Blue Foster song. IDK if I'm a boy. This one, I feel like there's something I need to do here on start queue. What? Oh, this is set action state, and this is run action. Gotcha. Unpause. Whitelist, blacklist. think you heard that before sometime in the last 6 years. Got an air horn. You probably have heard it on this stream before. I think I've typed out the name on stream. Yeah, my playlist is only like 90, 80 songs, something like that. Oh, again, these don't fucking work because they're not on. Right. Keep like sitting there being like, what? What is going on? No, we're not. Sitting there on the new cozy chair. Let me check. Here. Where is this? Where is this? Wait a second. Where is this at? Not platforms. Settings? Huh? What bot is this for? This is streamer bot is what we're coding this in. Um, okay. So this is a streamer bot that we're coding in. It's the shock points. I don't really have a good way of testing this, do I? Well, maybe I do actually. Um, were these every time 42? It's weird that you chose the number 42 every single time. Weird. They're bots. They're spam bots that got banned like ages ago. I am testing is what is going on. I'm testing the triggers. Hmm. Weird. Imagine like digging around on the insides right now. Yeah, I mean, I kind of am. Maybe not really. What is the reason that this is messing up? Description, the points ratio is 500. I think I may need to update this. You know what? I bet it is. Yeah. Okay. So it is actually like just messed up there. Okay, and then we can make this tier 3. Cats are so nice. Cats are great. Gift subscription. Okay, and then gift subscription. Simulate gifting user. Sure. Your cat's currently resting underneath your PC desk. Aw. Hmm. Total 10 gifts subs is wrong. Okay, so it is figuring it out from there. Why is it not doing... Please eat you. Why eat you? Your cat's currently sitting underneath your PC desk? That's awesome. You had a phone call, and meanwhile, you become the 1%. No. You're not the 1%. You're not the 1%. You're fine. Okay, this is all fine. The thing that's messing up is 10 gifted subs. Total subs gifted is 10, so this should be giving 10 times as many points. I have to go through and delete so many of these stupid names. It's gonna be so annoying. Um, Gift subs. Hmm. Months gifted user amount. Well, it says single. Genuinely going to explode from the farce of it all. Tier 3. Okay. Holy shit, that would be wild. Um, Tier 3 for 42? That doesn't seem right. Three times 42. Probably add something to your bot to remove points entries when someone gets banned. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Or like if you ban them, it adds them to a blacklist and it just checks against the blacklist to see if they're on there or something. That's another way to do it. Like, you wouldn't have to go and remove their points as much as, like, you just don't want them using the commands. $4,200. 42 gifts at tier 2. That should be point systems based entirely on active chatting, so if someone's banned, then they won't get new points. That's fair, actually. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Fill up the points table with those bots that advertise sites and stuff. It will, because that first chat that gets banned will still trigger it. Probably implement something like that sometime in the future if it actually becomes a problem. You know, the best time to fix software fuck ups is now. Um, Usually because I'll just forget later. Triggers, gift subscription. What are you chirping about, cat butt? Your data file is currently like 5 kilobytes. That's fair. Bomb count. What? Little gifted subs. Gifts. Total gifts? Where are these coming from? Number of subscriptions. So that was the gift bomb. Gifts. Total gifts. Okay. And then one of these was gift sub. Total subs gifted. That's not what. Hmm. It's not what I thought that meant. Subtype tier, months gifted. Total subs gifted. Total subs that they have gifted. Yeah. No, I think that this is just being weird. Why are your cache so silly? No. Looking through your data file now at your custom commands and just remember one of your mods made exclamation point gay go to Esh's Twitch. That's pretty funny. I think this is fine. If it's not, we'll figure it out if it ever happens. There we go. Cecilia, growling and purring. Hey, Stella, welcome on in. How you doing? I saw you were playing Bokura earlier. I actually played through part of that with my friend. Not the whole thing, but how did you like it? How's it going for you? Okay, that's gonna be user, not username. This is user, not username. Okay, that's channel points. There was bits. Let's see. User. Ah, another username. Good. You beat it super fun, then played some more Labyrinth of the Demon King starting around 3:30. Gotcha, gotcha. That's awesome. Okay, that is working like we want it. I do not understand why Twitch keeps using the number 42. Because it's the answer to everything. I mean, I understand that part of the reference, but like I don't get it. Like why are they doing it? But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you had a great stream. How is Labyrinth of the Demon King going for you as well? User. Oh wait, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, that needs to stay username. What am I doing? Okay, almost broke everything. Cat and lap, same. Still really good. Seems like you're getting close to the end. Stop right before going into what seems like the final area. I can't recommend it enough. Interesting. Which cat for me? Cricket. Hmm. That seems okay. Don't have much talk points with the redeem. Okay. Platforms, Twitch. What are y'all looking at? Oh, it's like a little bug. Yeah. How's the coding been going, by the way? It's been going fine. I'm not actually like doing too much coding. It's more like fixing up some stuff, just like doing a little bit of cleanup and stuff like that. Do not redeem these things, okay? Do not redeem them. I'm not gonna like fix your points if you fuck it up. Do you know you cast pajamas? Oh, that's sweet. Hey, Alexi, welcome on in. How you doing? Good to see you. Uh-oh. There it goes. You guys ever awesome? Glad to hear it. I'm doing really well. Doing really well. We spent like 2.5 hours chatting, and now I'm just doing like a little bit of work on cleaning up some of this code, and getting it in a format that I'm more proud to share with people, I guess. Um, but it's by the way, it's working. Again, don't nobody like queue up any stuff like this, because it's not gonna work. I'm not gonna give you your points back. I'm just still doing testing. But as far as the testing goes, it's going really well. Cut that by half. You got an irresponsible amount of milk duds. How many is an irresponsible amount? How many fistfuls would you say? Let's see. Start. Where's start? There it is. Let's add in a Twitch chat. Send message. You per full of fist rather than fist of fulls? Oh, okay. Do that. This main process, this needs to go ahead. Now that we're doing that, I feel like I need to add like a lot more logging to things. And I also need to um add more logging. I also need to make it so that like we can resume making this work if it needs to work. So should probably add something for that. You heard me giggling my ass off earlier after making a pun. So disappointed by the joke. I don't. Oh, full of fist. Okay, I get it. It's like a fisting joke. Okay, sorry. I didn't realize. Um, likes the puns, just doesn't like to admit it. No, no, I like the puns. Puns are great. The stage isn't real, so um okay, this is good. Requester. CPH dot send message. You bring it up all the time, but genuinely like joining here and relaxing is covering yourself like a big blanket. Oh, that's so sweet. Sitting here wriggling, feeling so cozy. I'm so glad that I can be that for people. Like it really, really makes my day, makes my night, makes me feel great. Um, compile. Hey, come on. Wait a second. This is not in the right place. There we go. Okay, that seems fine. I do think that I need to clean up the logging, but for now, I think that this is pretty good. Okay, so let's talk here, y'all. All right, let's figure out some things. Because we have some decisions to make. All right, let me get the settings pulled up here. Okay, so we need to figure out what like appropriate costs should be, right? We need to figure out what appropriate kind of shocks there are, right? So currently, right, if you take a look in if you took a look in the redeems, we have an option for short and spicy, low and long, and zap zap zap. And those correspond to a shock for 40 seconds, or sorry, 40 strength for 1 second. I'm gonna have to drop that down, by the way. That's like too much for me, at least for now. Um, one that's at 5 strength for 5 seconds. And then 4 individual shocks at 10 strength for 1 second apiece, right? So that's what I have set up right now for shocks. Are there other shocks that I should add? Is there anything else people might want to send? Is there anything else people might be interested in sending? Right? So that's one question. The other question is all of those are currently set to 500 shock points. That's an arbitrary amount. From my perspective, those all feel relatively the same. The one that's at 40 feels worse, uh, honestly. If it's at 30, it probably feels fine. And I'm gonna go ahead and change that now. I wouldn't mind doing a higher shock for a shorter, like a 0.3 seconds. I don't think I can send 0.3 seconds via the API. I'm gonna do some testing. I'm gonna try to figure it out, see if I can. And if I can, I'm happy with doing that like at 70 or something, right? Because the difference between 0.3 and 1 second is kind of a fucking lot when you're getting shocked. Um, do we think? Because like right now, what I have it set up for is that a single subscription. The API limits kind of suck. I need to play around with them a little bit more. I need to figure out what they're capable of doing, like push the limits. Because the documentation sucks. I don't know if the API itself is that limited, right? How much is a shock point? What's that equated to in terms of bits and points? That's what I'm getting to right now. So right now I have it set up to 500 shock points, which is an arbitrary number. It could be anything, right? But I have it set up so that a single subscription of 1 month gets you 500 shock points. So a subscription gets you 1 shock. That's a little expensive. Part of the reason that I have it set up like that right now is because I was testing and I wanted to make things expensive because I didn't want people doing it first, right? And expecting something to happen because everything was breaking, right? Um, I want to make them cheaper, but I also want to not get the shit spammed out of me and end up hating it. So there's a little bit of push and pull there, right? Like I would like to make them cheap, but then that puts a lot of the responsibility in your all's hands to not fuck me up, right? Um, now bits are on a 1-to-1 ratio. Oh no, sorry. Bits are on a bits to point ratio is 1-to-1. That seems wrong. I should make that 2-to-1, right? Because the subscription is no. The reason that I had this is because a single subscription, um,
Who wants to be the one to breed me? Who really wants to be the one to feed me?
a
I think I
single
really need it right
subscription
now.
is like I don't know $2.50, right? And then, but it like cost you 5. But then 500 bits. No, I should make bits a 2-to-1 ratio. So like 250 bits should get you 500 points for like a shock, right? If I'm doing it, if I'm trying to make bits and subscriptions equal, right? That makes sense. That probably makes sense. And then right now, again, I set this up so that people wouldn't be tempted to click on it as much. I have it set up so that it is 10,000 channel points in order to get 500 shock points, which means that 10,000 channel points is currently like 1 shock, right? Um, Again, that is too expensive, and I would like to have that lower, but I would also like to protect myself. So, like, what would be a reasonable amount of channel points for like an average shock? Do you think? Because I could also make like weaker shocks. I could do shocks that maybe cost 250 points. I could do shocks that cost 750 or 1,000, like worse shocks or whatever. So there is some variety in the configuration. I can configure it pretty much however we would like. So like what is a reasonable amount of channel points for an average shock, do we think? Considering that, what is it? So users can get up to 320 channel points an hour. Subscribers get a 1.2 multiplier for tier 1. Tier 4 is 1.4. Tier 3 is a 2 times modifier. And then I think there's also, here we go, here's the rates. There's also like clicky boxes. If you click the box, then you can get more points per hour. So active watching gets plus 50, 10 for every 5. You get 250 for a raid, 300 for a follow, 300, 350, 450, 450 plus for watch streaks, and then some things for cheering and subscribing. You think 5K for an average shock is a reasonable amount of channel points? Would you think the highest shocks should only be purchased via shock points, which is either bits or subscriptions? Shock points are a generic currency, and what you do is you transform your channel points into shock points. So like the 10K shock points, or sorry, 10K channel points turns into 500 shock points right now, right? I don't want to set it up so that, okay, so first off, the system that I'm using is like absurdly complex for what I'm doing. But there's reasons behind it. Um, the streamer sets the ratio. Yeah, these are all configurable on, like, you could set it up so that a shock is 10 bits. You could set it up so that you get a 10-second shock for, or 10 intensity shock for 10 seconds for 10 bits, right? Like, you could set that. You could set it up so that bits are better value than subscriptions, or that channel points, it's 100,000 channel points for a one single shock point, right? Like, you can configure all of these. We're just trying to figure out like what like a reasonable cost might be for these things, because like I want people to be able to engage with it. I want people to be able to enjoy it, right? Because like 5K for an average shock, I would say that on my average stream, people earn a little bit more than 5K. So what we're talking about here is like maybe earning a shock per stream. That doesn't seem like amazing, right? So like maybe like bits are set to like a 1 to 50 ratio. Not 1 to 50, like 1 to 5 ratio or something. Maybe like subscriptions should give 1,000 points or something. I think that's really fair, especially for people who are watching me consistently. Yeah, it's just like 5,000 points is kind of a lot of points, right? Um, and what we're saying there, like what we're doing with that is we're setting the limit. We're saying like if you want quote unquote free shocks or whatever, and if you want to participate in this, then we're setting the bar at like actively watching the entire stream. which is nice to like have people here and like chat and like be active and everything, right? But it is also kind of like an unreasonable bar. There's plenty of people who stop by for just like an hour or two. And you know, they might take a week to earn something. Starting high and then reining it into lower numbers afterwards is better. I think you're right. The thing is that like 10,000 is definitely way too high, right? Just the unlucky bullshit to keep you from being stable and life going smoothly like a chapter length endeavor at this point. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot. I would not start smoking. It's not gonna make things better. That's what I would say. Okay, so maybe we'll set it at what, 250 bits is a shock, one subscription is a shock, and then 5,000 points, maybe? 5,000 points is a thing? Fair value? Okay. That seems reasonable. Like you said, it's a good starting place. Hey, do not scratch this chair. This chair is brand new. We're not gonna start with that. Oh my gosh, cat. Let's see. So that's a 10 ratio, all right. 250 bits for a shock and one subscription. For a shock, one subscription for 1.5 shocks. Wait, you're right. Hang on a second. What am I doing on my math here? My math is wrong. What was I thinking? You are so distracting, cat. Get down. Um, no, it was a little bit extra than what the bit ratio is. Why would we prefer bits over, or why would we prefer subscriptions over bits? And actually, I don't even have to like to be clear, right? Um, to be clear, like you don't even have to enable bits or subscriptions. Like you could do this entirely off of channel points, or you could not enable channel points and you could do it entirely off of like subscriptions, right? You don't have much to contribute on this other than yeah, you hate this kind of math. Yeah, it's just I don't know, trying to figure out what is a fair value. Like if this were something like I don't know, a line read or snail slappies or whatever it might be, right? Um, I could just throw a number out there and it's fine. I could just throw a number out there and it's like whatever. But when it's like me being hurt, right? Yes, for you personally, you would want people to engage with subscribing more than using bits. That you personally, so you're putting your own personal bias in there. It doesn't bother you, then just make them one to one for everything. Okay, no, I mean that makes sense. That makes sense. No, um, the reasoning behind it was from a varies greatly depending on the size of the streamer and how often they stream. That's true too. Yeah. Um, bits are easy for people to do, right? Like a lot of times people will buy 10,000 bits or whatever, and they'll just kind of dole them out 100 at a time. I think you need to bump up the price of the stretch like a shown on your own stream, so it doesn't end up happening on every stream. Kind of aiming for that to be pretty expensive, so it's special. That makes sense. Yeah. Um, I think there's nothing wrong with special events like that. But like on this one, there are consequences for the choices that I make in terms of what happens, right? Hey, Cross, welcome on in. How you doing? Sorry that there's ads going on. You also know Aqua is saving up to do some sort of combo redeem, so you're waiting for her to do that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Just waiting on these ads to finish up. Arrived at work and nothing more yet. EP, how about me? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. We're doing a little bit of like tweaking on the code here. We are working on trying to figure out like what good ratios on bits and subscriptions and channel points and everything. Yeah, just thinking. Okay, so on your point, Stella. Um, on your point, Stella, I think I was looking at it from a point of like the the cost to value ratio, like 250 bits. 250 bits is essentially $5 to buy. It's probably less if you're buying them in bulk, but it's essentially $5, right? And a subscription, whatever price it ends up being, we'll say $5 for ease of math, right? Um, and then if you get half of that, that's about 250. So 250 bits and a subscription end up being about like the same amount of money on the table. I don't know if that's the right way to think about it, but you are correct in that subscriptions have other benefits tied to them for sure, and also like they are a more immediate cost, right? Like they're paying the money right now, and they're paying like $5-6 or whatever it ends up being. So I could understand like wanting to try to prioritize those. I was going at it from a point of trying to get them close to like the same monetary value, but logically you think about them in different ways, I guess. To be clear also, I'm not expecting a lot of people to engage with like subscriptions and bits. I'm expecting most of this to happen through channel points. That is totally fine. And that is how I was thinking about doing it. That's part of the reason why I also set it up so that like you could just turn off bits of subscriptions as a route of earning points, so that like it's an even playing field. No one feels like it's pay to play or any whatever, right? So that's one of the reasons I wanted to make sure that that was also an option, if that makes sense. Hey, Across, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's save this here. Let's go to our channel points. And if anyone has any thoughts or insight or suggestions, please let me know. Makes total sense then. You'd say do whatever you're saying then. Just make 5k points. Um and one sub also one shock. Sorry, what got caught out by the link filter? Something got turned into asterisks. 250 bits, one sub, all shock. I mean, I think that you're not like $2.50 seems about right, right? Does $2.50 seem right? Am I am I am I crazy? Like, what am I saying? Does that make any sense? Like, what is a reasonable amount of money for the pain you get inflicted on you? How much, what is the price of human suffering? Hear what I'm saying? For you, $2.50 to shock someone sounds a little bit on the low end. That's personally you? Interesting. Huh. On the low end. How much to fry a snail dead? Rip. Oh my goodness, big yawns. Lips, my dear, you mean so well. To put the price on human suffering, you ask? Yeah, I'm asking like how much it should cost to get shocked. Also depends on how much you like being shocked. Punishment for you, then you say make the incentivization pay more. Actually, really do like it, then it's fine if it's lower. That makes sense, yeah. Um, and again, like right now, I've got all of these set to 500. They don't have to be 500. Like I could set like long and low to 350, right? Because sometimes it's not that bad. I could set like short and spicy as it currently is, should be more than 500 because that shit hurts. 40 for 1% is kind of a lot. Institution closed for the end of the day. You don't know. Things should work out. I hope so as well. Crane Witch, yeah, Crane Wise. Sorry. You feel weird, low key. Makes sense. Shock points, redeem, channel points value. Add Twitch channel reward redemption. Okay, that seems good. It gives people the option to like buy in bulk. Um, okay, now here's a really, really important question. You would say price them in terms of tiers to enjoyment. The one you enjoy most, 500 shock points. Second, 750, and worst, 1,000. That makes sense. I went ahead and downed the one that was at 40% because depending on the location of the shock and how I'm feeling and like how often I've been shocked, it's not fun. But imagine asking for balance statements for a bank account that was closed 2 years ago, not your account, your ex's. You're tired, you're gonna go stop one. Yeah, I appreciate all the hard work you've done, and you shouldn't have to do this stuff. Like this is bullshit. We should not make people jump through hoops in order to have their basic needs met. Like that's just a truth. All right, so here is the perhaps most important question. What color are we going to make these redeems? Sorry you had to deal with all that. Didn't mean to not respond. I guess you don't. Yeah. ADHD can be a bitch, but I get it. Electric blue, green. Cause like, I'll be honest, y'all. If y'all look at the redeems that are in there currently, right? Not the shock redeems. Let me actually just turn those off for now. If y'all look at the redeems that are in there, I I actually like put a lot of effort into trying to figure out what good colors might be. Like I actually spend time on that. I'm sorry, Cross Volpes. Thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. We just got crossed. Electric blue with a Turbo the Snail icon because he uses electric to go fast. I don't know that I want Turbo the Snail. I should probably do like some icons and stuff. Like I can do that, right? Can I do that here? No. The double cross. Dual building Jesus. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What is electric blue? Okay, well that's blue specifically, please. Just tell me what the fucking code is. Five F2 F0. What do we feel about this? Oh, did that not work? No, it did not work. Okay. Does that look good? Here, let me enable this one again. A saturated teal. The color toxic green. Don't think that fits. Is that like the right color of shock? Like that fucks? Okay. Are there other colors that might be good? Should I do like variation on electric blues? Something also yellow. Bright yellow and saturated teal are the two most common electricity colors. Gotcha. Maybe bright yellow for the points or something. Sweet. Here, let's try out a couple of different colors. Um, Yumby turquoise. These two plus electric blue would be a good trifecta. Bright yellow, saturated teal. What is a saturated teal? Okay, let me do this real quick. Let me edit these. Turquoise. Let's do it turquoise. Oh, I see. Okay. Nothing about colors. You just see pretty and go, ooh. Yeah, it's fair. Wait a second. Where's my validate? Why did you not work? Did I type it wrong? Is something not enabled? You just like talking about the stuff and workshopping things. You also find it very fun. Plus, delivering space cargo is premium vibes right now. That's really good. This should work. There it goes. Shock module enabled. There we go. It just took it a while. Okay. Okay, so of these shockies at the top, right? Which of those colors looks best of those three? Which of those looks like, ooh, yes. 00FFEF. Okay. Enable. I added one more to take a look there. The right one, could you give me the name, please? Bright yellow, saturated teal. Zap, zap, zap. Yeah, thank you, thank you. What do we feel about shock module wording 4 comparatively? And then shock module 3. You like Redeem 4 the best? Okay. I think that of these, I don't like 3 very much, probably. Shock Module 4. I think I might like Zap 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 over number 4. I feel like Zap 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 is brighter, maybe? Which one do I not like? They're all such like close in color. Whoa, that is bright yellow. Okay. Meow. Meow. If it's between 4 and Zap 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 Zap, you like Zap 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 more. It's more eye-popping and lack of a better word, electrifying. Yep, okay. Also noticing quite a few songs are pitched differently in the movie versus the album release. Like in the movie version, it's slightly higher and faster. I don't know. What about that yellow that I just popped in there? Is that a little too electric? Can we go brighter? Is all yellow? Yellow pops apart from the rest really well. What would be a good third color? Let's see. Electric colors. Ooh, oh my god. Here we go. There's some good ones. Give me these fucking hex codes, yo. Okay, hang on a sec. Um, Redeem 3. If you're gonna do shock points, you could make them a silver coin and make the redeem silver itself since you're doing shock points. Oh, maybe, yeah. How about these new ones? I don't think I'm a fan of that green. Redeem 3 is pretty nice. Interesting. Maybe the green works if it's beside the other colors. When September ends. Is there any way to make it a little bit more neon-y by any chance? I think that would be a little bit better since it looks a little too dark right now. On which one? Which one? Which one is... Where's that green? Like, it's pretty neon on my side, but I can only do so much. Let's see. Okay, that's a bit greeny. That's a bit greenier. Wake me up when September ends. Okay, so that's that versus 4. Yeah, let's replace 4. And we can try this one with, what are we thinking? Like a purple, a pink, or red maybe? Yeah, let's see what we can do with red here. I don't feel like that red's quite bright enough. Let's try that one. That's a pretty bright orange. Let's see. Maybe. Your least favorite out of the bunch, but you think you've gotten the best colors out of the way. What about that purple? Yeah, it's not quite bright enough either. It's gonna be hard to make a purple work, I think. Yeah, there's just a limit to how bright it can be on purple. Neon pink, I can look at that, yeah. Six EFF. Hmm. Oh, hang on, here we go. 93. Hey, Vitalina, welcome on in. How you doing? Oh wait, that's the same color I did for number 3, huh? I'm pretty sure that's the same color now. Close enough. Yeah, 2400. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, of these, I like. Which one of these do I like? Poignant Champion. Is that long though? Shock module. Okay. Yeah, I think that of these, how do these look next to each other? Those seem okay. Those three colors seem okay. What if we put in? What if it was magenta instead? Okay, let me try that. So that is the first color, that purple, which again, it's a nice like bright twitchy purple, but it's also like I think purple is just kind of limited on what it can do. And then that is the orange or the red. The pink is good, but I think it might be, yeah. Um, if I enable this one, that's very similar to, I actually like that pink better than redeem number 4. The pink works pretty well. I think so too. Still leaves us with only 4 colors though. Okay, let me make a note of these real quick. Oh my goodness, stop. Hex coding today? Yeah, can you think of a nice color besides the ones that you see at the top there? We're looking for things that are really vibrant. Redeem is for the worst out of the bunch right now. I think that one needs to be replaced and we'll be good. Let me check that bright green. I'm also like making a note of each of these, so. Hey, Sormaid, welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing? It's good to see you. Hi, hi. We're working on like trying to figure out good colors. for shock redeems. Because I'm very particular about the colors of my redeems. I spend a lot of time thinking about them. Okay, let's see. Let's try this one that you suggested, Crossfell Base. Yellow and blue. I mean, we got them already. Um, we got some pretty good ones. I think redeem. Oh my God, which one was it? Yeah, redeem 4 is the one I think I don't like. Right? Did I not copy that right? I, in fact, did not copy that right. Doing well, not too hot today. That's good. An event where you have to stay in 38 degrees for health reasons, not something you'd want to do. I'm so glad that you don't have to do that. I'm probably gonna have to go feed this kitty bitty boo in a bit. It has been an appropriate amount of time. Oh my goodness, my throat is getting like really rough. OBS kind of locked up. There it goes. I don't want to buy bits. I'm just trying to click channel points, please. Hi, kitty. Hi. You have been meowing at me for 2 hours. I don't think I like that green as much as I do the other one, Crossfell Base. It's not bad. I think that the other one on Short and Spicy is maybe a little bit nicer. Let's do this. Okay, let's do pink. Let's see. Pink, green, and blue. Oh, try that one. Okay. Ooh, that's a nice bright orange. I don't like I don't mind that. I think that's a good option. Yeah, that one seems pretty good. So I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to do the green, blue, and pink, or think what I'm feeling. Green, blue, pink. Okay, and then our pink, we're gonna swap with the yellow. Can you check yours? 30 max. Oh, wow. All right, so I think those are probably the ones that I want for the first 3, and then the other ones will kind of be fallback colors. Um, it did go from 36 to 27 overnight when the rain arrived. It's pretty quick, yeah. Ooh, all right, so now we have the question of shock points. Hmm. What if I spelled things better? 12 is the coldest you've experienced here. Usually it doesn't go below 16. Gotcha. Sunday 27 next week, possibly under 20. Yeah. You might die from rapid weather changes. So where I live, we don't have like spring, summer, fall, winter. What we have is tornadoes, summer, alternating weeks of really hot and really cold, and then maybe winter. That's our seasons. That's what we have to work with. Hmm. What would be some good colors for the points? What would be some good colors for points, do we think? Hey, Verfonia, welcome on in. It's good to see you. That's so real. Yeah. I think all billionaires, well, good luck. A nice bright silver, you think would work? Yeah, I don't know how to get a bright silver. It's a little tricky. Maybe here, let's try this. Try that one. And try that one. Okay, these are down towards the bottom. You've been wanting to get in stream, but start times paired with your work schedule being early is not allowing you to do much. I totally understand, Verfonia. I am happy to see you whenever. But I know that like the time I've been streaming has been not great for some people. Season for you are wet, slightly cold, hot polleny. Oh my god, it's so hot polleny outside. Let me take a look at that one. 2,500 shock points is good. You can never tell if your boss is upset over text or not. I mean, text is gonna be like that. Like, it's gonna be up to your boss to just communicate better. All right, how about the one you sent there for 5,000? Those are not hex codes. That does not help me. I think that works well. The more points, the shinier the color. That makes sense. Here, what if we like copy this one and make it how does that one look? Oh, those are very similar in color. How about that? Oh my god, I'm so lost here. Maybe this is a little better. Where did I get that platinum from? The first one. Let me copy this. D1, D1, D1. You think them being a similar color makes sense due to the fact that the same kind of redeem? They are. It's just I want them to be visually distinguishable, you know? You were gonna go in at 8 o'clock, but then you texted that your freight wouldn't begin until 9:15. Is that when you went to work? Why would he say that text instead of just telling you when you got there? Anyway, you respond immediately if that's what he wants you, and he didn't respond until 7:58 saying sure. Hmm. I don't know. Like that's just bad communication on his part. Yeah, that seems like a decent set of colors. Okay, let me close out of some of these tabs before they eat my computer alive. Think it works well? Okay. Okay. And let's do this one more time then. Oh no, the whole computer's like shitting itself. Yeah, I need to feed them here in a second. Let me get a couple things taken care of here. So funny to you. How about how somebody set up all this stuff for the stream? Like it looks super fun. Doing it for your own, it's awful. I mean, I appreciate the help. Like I said, I spend a lot of time on this stuff. I think about it a lot and I try to make it right. Okay, let's save that. See if we can't do a little some validation. Perfect. And this should keep things. Yep, that's good. Let's check our actions. You know what you'll say already, but you feel bad regardless. Apologies, you haven't done. You do not need to do bits, Irvonia. All right. Was between jobs for a bit, and you're moving from full to part time, so you're no clue when you have some semblance of normal again. You take care of yourself first, okay? That would make me happiest. You don't need to feel like you have to do anything. Um, and I mean this, like only give if you feel like you can, and it's okay. But you have to take care of yourself first. That is a priority. Here's the anxiety of doing it on your own, not getting second opinions. A lot of the time when you ask people, they're like, whatever you think's best, and you wouldn't be asking for someone else's opinion if you thought going for what I thought was best. Yeah, that is very relatable. Okay, let me one more thing. Delete that. Okay, let me step away. Let me feed the kitty bitty boos. All right. Oh, I know you appreciate my streams. You appreciate my streams. I absolutely understand that. And that is a separate thing from bits. Like, here's the thing, Ruphonia. You could show up every single day, or not. You could show up once a week, once a month, and you could say absolutely nothing at all. And just knowing that it is helping you out a little bit, that is enough for me. Right? Um, it's not about like please don't send any shocks or anything like that right now, because it's not gonna work. In fact, it should tell you fuck off because you're not part of the approved group. If it works correctly, question mark? Oh no, why didn't it work? Okay, one second. Oh, it didn't work because I didn't have it set up. That's right. Duh. I know why it didn't work. Ak, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank
So
you
I
for being
begged
my
someone
news
for
top of the
consent,
stream. I
and
appreciate that as
apparently that's a
well.
bit of a social faux pas.
You're here so often, you hang out, and you're lovely and wonderful. That's absolutely right. That shows more than anything that you are supportive and care. It absolutely is true. Let me step away. I'm gonna feed these kitty bitty boos for like 5 minutes. I'll be back in a second, and we'll see what happens after that. No, no, don't you worry, Ak. I'm doing some troubleshooting. I'm doing some setup of stuff. It's not quite ready. We're just making sure that like things are tested and like finishing some of the little details and things. So, um, the only reason I say don't do it is because like I'm not gonna be able to go in and like refund those points or anything. Doing like the shocks for one cost is not a big deal. There's like points in there that it'll take like like 25,000 points from you. I don't want you doing that, right? Because then you're like, oh no, I don't have my points anymore. But I will be back in just a little bit. And hey, that's my shell. Get that back. I need that. It needs to be back by the time I'm back. I'll be back in a bit. All right, thank y'all so much for waiting there for me. I appreciate it. We are back. Let me scroll up. Hi, Kay. I see you there. Let's see. I think Queen might be the second best indie movie ever made. Maybe. I don't know. A lot of places in Ipton, by God, you confirm the differences are so real. Basically, this girl gets stopped on her own wedding and decides to go on her own. I mean, gotcha. Okay, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. I always love it when you get to stop by and do that for me. Hi. How's stream? Yeah, good question. How's stream? Stream is good, even though the game's being me. It has been brutal. It's been brutal. I'm sorry that it's been so much trouble for you. If you feel asleep part, usually try to go to bed somewhere between an hour and a half ago. Haven't gotten tired yet. So you're chilling until your brain decides to let you sleep. Yep. For the game, like, okay. You, you're not too dumb, okay? Alright? You're not too dumb. You're not too that's just it. There's nothing else to add to that. You're just not too dumb. I'm not gonna let you say that. You need to sit down and beat the Scott Pilgrim video games. Pot Skilgrim. Pot Skilgrim. Pot Skillet. You have work in like 30 minutes, you never sleep. You do never sleep, yeah. Um and it was Snacktoyo, yeah. Seen you and me play it. Too smart for your brain. It's definitely an interesting like puzzle take on like factory games. I did also make a snack for myself, by the way. I'm gonna be eating that, so you know my mouth's gonna be a little bit occupied for the moment. But I'll be here. I'll be chatting. We gotta come up with a safety message, right? We should come up with a safety message. What? We need to talk about this whole thing, right? You did a 12 and a half hour shift? Yeah, get yourself some rest. Thank you for being my newest top of the stream. Be a good idea for you both. You and the mods to have a kill switch where stuff gets deactivated. No shock redeems can work. Already got it. Already got it built in. Already got it built in. So there's the ability to pause the shock queue. There's the ability to clear the queue. There's the ability to blacklist users. Um, there's the ability to just end it entirely. You're not topping K. You're top of the stream, but you're not topping K. So I've got those, and then I've got them set up so that I've got them mapped to like keybinds. So I'll have to like go in and like tweak the keybinds and stuff like that. But it is definitely set up so that um, there is an amount of like safety to it as much as there can be for something like this. Okay, thank you for being my newest top of the stream. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate it. 13 holds.
I don't have an emote for that, but I'm doing it in real life. Wiggle wiggle. What kind of safety message should this be? You know, I bet Fia's got a good one. I wonder if there's any VODs where she's got a message about it. Crossville Bays, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. I appreciate it. You can dance if you want to. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what the necessary things to say is. I would pull up a browser window, but for some reason that's not something I can do. Playing music and doing anything else on this computer, impossible. Hello, good morning, welcome on in. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of snacking right now, so my mouth's a little full. I hope that you're doing well. I cannot get these videos to pull up. And yeah, I appreciate the compliments. Thank you. Hey, wait, y'all never gave me my shell back. Thank you for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it, Phoebe. Phoebe. I'm Phoebe. Fucking hell. I read my bot's name and I read Phoebe. Thank you for giving me my shell back, Roar. I appreciate it. No, I think I just made a little mistake. It happens sometimes. Hawk, thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream, and I'll get that stretch and hydrate in for you here. You wish you want your mouth occupied? Well, my my positivity is that this whole like project, I think it's working well. I think we're able to get this fixed. Yeah, I think that it's gonna turn out okay. Okay, that's my shell. Give that back. I need that. That's mine. Hey. Also, Kay, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier today, um, but that chair came in. It's been good. It's been good. Okay, okay, here we go. That's how she was doing the game. Where is there a safety message? Could have sworn she had a safety message that she puts on her stream. Hmm. You gotta get naked and wet? Alright, you have fun with that. I will imagine it while you're gone. Hmm. God damn, y'all. I forgot how absolutely rabid her chat is. Here we go. Yeah, that doesn't really give me anything I'm looking for. Downloads running at a snail's pace right now. Hey, I used to be able to run really fast. You're all angels, just reading it the wrong way. I didn't mean this chat. I mean that I'm taking a look at Goblin Fia's chat because she does a lot of shock streams. Hey Verfonia, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I hope work goes well for you. Bye bye. I'm looking at Goblin Fia streams. Uh, Absolutely rabid over there, y'all. So yeah, what do we need to put in our safety message here? Um, Here, can we capture this? Pretty fair. Don't think you've ever been to one of her streams. Yeah. Um, she is she is very puppy pilled. Like it's a lot. I was there for a little while, checking things out at one point. Let's see if I can capture the screen. Does she still have Piss Tuber in her title? I can't remember. And in her tags. I think she probably does. I would be surprised if she doesn't. Puppy built Goblin Fia. Goblin Fia is very puppy built. This type is quite common. It can be, yeah. Okay, so I want to make sure that we put like a safety message out there, right? Um, it seems like I should put in something about where not to use it, safety, something like that. Not that that bothers you. Any people are allowed to do what they want. You just think you'd much rather enjoy the flirty banner. If it goes to being horny, yeah. I don't know. It's kind of like her streams. They're fun, right? They're interesting. I've been there a little while. It's not something where I spend like a lot of time. I haven't been there like a year or something. Um, and she's good at what she does. She's very engaging as a content creator. Um, the chat's like a little bit too much for me sometimes. And it's not the only place that I feel that way. There's a couple of other content creators I like checked out. I'm just like, wow, things are a bit too horny. It reminds me of yeah, it remind. I've spent some time in other chats on other sites, and it reminds me of some of the extreme ways people have acted on certain other sites, where you're just like, that's not even cute or funny or flirty anymore. That's just like whipping your dick out. Also, sometimes very horny, but you don't stream around those times. Yeah, that's fair. And so, like, her chat isn't that bad, but it's starting to get to the levels of like, I don't know, people. Sometimes when people get horny, they do not flirt very well. It's like, it's like, I don't know, like, you know how some people are like really smooth, right? And like they'll say like really cute and clever things. You're like, oh my, that's kind of like it's kind of like very, flirty. Like, that's not too bad. I like that. And there's other people who say things, and it's literally like they have chucked a half rotted fish onto the table, and they're just like looking at you like, isn't it good? And you're like, there's nothing appealing about this at all. What are you doing? Do you not understand how people work? You would say something like, "Please remember to research and use responsibly. Do not use shock colors on neck, arms and legs only. Know your limits. Make sure you're comfortable with this. Prioritize safety over overall usage." Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at. I just want to make sure I'm like doing it. Being direct and hitting on someone over the head with a sexual comment. Yeah, yeah, and it's not even like it's like really hard to explain unless you've been in those places. But I don't know. They don't even talk like people. I'm just like, wow, what is going on right now? It kind of feels a little bit like you have gone to an alternate universe and you were the only sane person. Just a weird thing. Probably very ace moments, but so glad you can't read. These applies don't apply to you. That's not true. Okay, let's see. Do I just have access to broadcaster right now? I might. What's this? Timed actions? I think I just have access to Broadcaster all the time. Oh, sorry. What are you apologizing for, bro? You had your days on. I think I know what that is. You know, yeah, yeah, you get it. General variables. Oh, no. Okay, well, in that case, let's go to sub actions, Twitch. Add broadcaster information. Is that it? Cool, look at that. Chat and debate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what that is, and the end makes you think you don't want to know. Well, yeah. Crickety. No. No, 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 no. Stop clawing up the chair. It's brand new. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's see. No, Cricket, I am eating. You can't be up here while I'm eating. Oh, the water you're listening to? Gotcha. Okay, then we should be able to use broadcast user. Is this a Wasteland song? Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. Welcome on in, Bug Corte. Welcome on in. How you doing? The water you listening to? What? The water you're listening to? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. I was like over on another page. I was not paying a lot of attention. Sorry. Doing a weird mix of feelings. Everything okay? Why do you have a French ad? I don't know. I had Spanish ads the other day, which makes more sense for me, but um than French, but also like I don't speak Spanish, so Sorry, I was absolutely answering, but the mic was muted. Um, no way, it's 24 seconds of latency? Holy shit. Can anyone else confirm if it's that bad? Um, but yeah, thinking about a lot of different things you want to do but can't, things you don't want to do but need to, good things, bad things. Endo appointment today was rescheduled. Didn't know you got there. A whole bunch of other things. Gotcha. I I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with thinking inherently, but do make sure that make sure you're not falling into rumination and that the thinking itself isn't doing the overwhelming. Sometimes it's okay to just like go do something. It doesn't even have to be something helpful or like useful. Um, like you could just go occupy yourself in some way, and that can help sometimes. And I'm sorry to hear that like the appointment was rescheduled. I know that that's something like important, and for one, you should have known about that ahead of time, but also like it sucks having it rescheduled just in general for whatever reason, you know. Hey Nora, welcome on in. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. How are you doing today? I'm trying to come up with a safety message because I probably want to put one on here. Hey, hey, you stop poking at that door. Safety message for what? Safety message for when the shock collar is in use. Cricket, 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 cricket. Oh my god, do not step on the computer. Do not restart things. Oh my god. You need to go zoom me somewhere else. Trying to keep yourself occupied, but that's also not helping to, well, because you have things about that, and the endo sucks because it was supposed to be put on implants, injections, studies and graphs and simulations drafted up. I gotcha. Cricket was banging on the bedroom door. I'm not in the bedroom door. I don't know why she wants in there. Cricket, your beloved. She is not your beloved. Sorry, let me scarf this stuff down real quick. Noir, I might not be your supervisor, but I am your superior. Grassfalpace, thank you for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it. Thank you. You don't respect any authority? Not even dominating authority? Noir superior, who's over the department head? Noir, get it? Department head. Also, yeah, y'all might want to refresh. There could be some pretty big latency. Um, yeah, okay. Nora said you're not my supervisor, and I said I may not be your supervisor, but I am your superior. No longer on 30-second latency after refreshing. That's good. That's good. That's actually really good. Sometimes I have to restart stream to fix latency, and I would not like to have that happen, you know? But sometimes, for whatever reason, when I'm coding, it like is bad. I think it's got to do with having the YouTube up. Okay. Working on a spirit coding to it and gets jealous. Yeah? Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm gonna call this not a shock collar, shock device. You respond to him, are you getting dressed? Heck yeah, heck yeah. Um, Something like that. Hmm. Let's see. And what? Hmm. That's probably about enough. Okay, we'll say okay. Okay, this one should be easier. This is about how I get points. Let's see. Um, what are these things called? What did I call these things? I'm gonna have to like go through and make all this stuff consistent. Ugh. Call them tiny deaths, le petit mot. Let's see. It's only that. Can't object to anything French that's in your contract. Why? Why? We don't just engage in random bigotry around here, okay? Not even as a joke. Okay, that seems good. And then we will disable these for now. All right, let me kill off this last bit of the snack, and I'll be right back, y'all. Actually, if you're in chat and you want some shock points, say Shockies, and I'll dish some out. We need to test it after all, right? You know what? I'm so fucking stupid. I didn't put the actual numbers in there. Oh my god, 1 second. I was so cool, and then I stopped being really cool really fast. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this again. Don't do any redeems yet. Nothing is set up on this. You shouldn't be able to, but just don't. Oh, is anyone I missed there? Did anyone want shockies and didn't get the shock points? Did I miss anybody? I think that's everybody I saw. If anyone else wants a couple free shocky points, let me know. We can maybe set you up with that. I might be subby. I'm not a bottom though, right? Totally different things. Totally different things. Call it shock and awe. Now, here's the funny thing. I don't make very cute noises. I make owie noises because it kind of fucking hurts. But we'll see. We'll see what sounds I make. Soleil, you're right. Not everybody's Ash. I actually don't know that there's anybody like Ash. Like, holy shit. My whole computer is locked up, didn't it? Did we crash? Did we crash? Are we here? We're here? Okay, we're back. We're back. I thought the computer died. The fan noises stopped and everything. Did I forget you're a sadist? No, I very much remember that. I very much remember that. Oh my gosh. All I did was close the YouTube tab and the whole computer was like, fuck you. Call me Russell Crowe the way I got a beautiful mind. That's wild. It was on my end. Yes, it was on my end. If there is something wrong with stream, assume it's on my end. That is that is a fairly safe assumption. Let's see, expiration date 6/24. Okay, so that one's already expired. Apologize to the office internet. I just now I'm imagining Noir, you're just like sitting there having a good day, being totally normal, and then my stream is interrupted for like 3 seconds, and you lose your goddamn fucking mind, and you're like screaming at the computer, like, "Give me Phoebe back!" Hey, Alina, welcome on in. How you doing? Why do you know that movie? That's a good pun. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. How are you doing? I still think some of y'all might have like really big latency, so you may want to like refresh the browser whenever you get a chance. Doing okay, you guys? I'm glad to hear that. You know, okay, sometimes all we can do, and that's sometimes okay. That's how you flip out after I go offline. She's gone. She's gone for like 18 hours now. Got dead named and misgendered by their relatives for a few hours. Fuck them. Like I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to deal with that. You shouldn't have to deal with them. You deserve better, but I'm glad that you're through it. Twitch mobile fucking up. Did I finally burst in flames? Yeah, pretty much. Like it on my side, yeah, everything stopped for like a full minute. Y'all may have like really bad latency. You just suddenly got a bunch of latency. Again, try to refresh if you can. I may need to like take the stream down and bring it back up. Um, let's see. Commands, command triggered. Let's add one more thing here. Just call the internet a waste of wires. Yeah. Let's see. This group here, commands, enabled. Yeah, anybody should be able to do this one, right? Okay. Abwa, abwa. All right, let me set up for a few minutes. I'll be back in a little bit. Hang on a second. I may have forgotten something really important on this. Um... Did I forget to do this? Y'all, I wrote some of this code like 3 weeks ago. Let's see. Hmm. And that would be in this code. Alright, is allowed user is... anyone. Okay. I did put in anyone. I was like, how the fuck am I gonna make it so that everybody can do this? Okay. Let me update my settings file real quick. Why does the Raspberry Pi imager not work on Wayland? I couldn't know. I'll scroll up and check chat in just a second. Just doing a little bit last troubleshooting. Save. Let me scroll up here. Seen and heard here? Absolutely. Very sorry. I had 2 friends recently who've been having it really rough with their families learning that they're trans. Some bullshit when families don't seem to believe your choices and your presentation matter enough to make an effort. Yeah, it really is. Booted up Monster Train 2? Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, I need something to do. Right? I'm not just gonna sit here in a black void while y'all do things. In diapers when that came out? Oh my god. You were still in single digits when that came out? That's fair. Hang on a second. You were in single digits when that came out. Let me math something here. Yep, that checks out. Yep. Monster Train 2 stream? Sort of. Yeah. When you become 30, you do the same. Yeah, let me check your leaderboard when you watch because you no logged it. Oh, really? You do that? What a nerd. 100% gonna be 25 for the rest of your life. It's a good... I would recommend doing that. I would recommend not getting older, everyone. Just to stay the age that you are. Was like the 4th most watched thing on TV that year. Interesting. Thank you for the support. Yeah, absolutely. Was there anyone else who... Was there anyone else who wanted some free shock points? Anyone else who was interested in that? I think I got most everybody. Also, I still think y'all might have insane delay. So what about if I say Monster Train 2? Tell me when you hear me say Monster Train 2. The most watched movie that year was that weird movie about the planes you had to watch in elementary school library. Weird. Shock me or you? It's why would it shock you? It would shock me. Forgot you? Yeah, I didn't see you say anything. Sorry. You didn't say anything, I don't think. I cannot copy and paste the API key in there. That'd be not a good idea. Okay, yeah, it's like 20 seconds. What do we think? Should we restart? Should I take stream down and restart it? I might need to do that. I need to do that. Most of the testing time gives you points, then assume you're not even interested. Well, I mean, it's because your name is actually easy to spell. Also, did I turn the audio? Oh, I know what happened. It's because I was listening to music. I was like, I cannot hear this game at all. Non-loter ring thing about the two towers, gotcha. Interesting. What are we talking about? Weird movie about the planes. Oh my god, you had to watch that in the elementary school library. That's mental. It is mental. But then again, America was fucking mental at that time. They were trying to instill patriotic hatred in generations of people. And you know what? I guess they succeeded. Thank you. It's fucking awful. All right. Anybody else wanted a little bit of points to play around with? Anyone else? I'm trying to see. Okay. Why so many US men? Yeah. All right. I think I am gonna take stream down and start it back up. The stream delay is like so big right now that it's just not gonna work. I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna bring it back up. We'll be back in